This nigga Sanchez is a motherfucking thief, nigga. He's a thief. The nigga stealing my info in real time. Now, I don't know if y'all hear that shit in the background. You know what? I'm finna share this. The nigga is a motherfucking thief, dog. And this is the motherfucker y'all follow. Yeah, I'm finna share this shit, dog.
And then everybody gonna say,
right.
"Well, I want to
you
buy my
motherfucking
land
right.
at the equator."
The white boy, whoever motherfucking got up there and started explaining that shit, he only took what I said. Period. That's all he did. He just said what I said. That's it.
So that's the importance.
He paraphrased
of asking the questions
me.
we was
That's
asking
all he did.
About how
he
you
paraphrased
this
me.
soccer ball.
I tried to give them an idea on what they know, right what here. The fuck, how to slice a circle even. Understood. That's the same shit, nigga. You apply the same mathematics. Like square feet. You apply the same mathematics.
That's where I think silly ass the terminology gets like skewed. He's talking about like square feet in cubic feet volume.
This nigga,
and I'm not giving away out. I'm not trying to any of that.
Well, motherfucking right, I'm playing this shit.
Hold on. No. This is what you got to do. You got to tell us what make you think he's talking about cubic feet versus square feet, and can he unmute and start talking now? Because he's starting to seem like a little
on many different angles, just making like a triangle.
I will write a 72 on your ass.
All the slices come out even squares. I can't.
Yes, you can. You live on.
Yeah, but how is it not though?
What I was or polyhedra that are 10 times bigger than some cities. And if they get lost in the ocean, do you know that is a needle in a haystack? That's how little we are to this big ass earth.
Well, what I'm trying to ask you is why would you bring that?
They some bitch made ass niggas over there, dog. They some real live bitches, man. They ain't ready for Didact. They ain't ready. Hold on, where my shit at? Yeah, they ain't ready for Didact. They ain't ready for me. But let me go ahead and share this shit again. Where in the fuck did it go? Hate when I do that shit. I be rushing and the motherfucking this window would drop down to the bottom when I'm rushing. I hate that shit, but let's go. Share this shit.
Even though it's not like a cube, they can still hold the same volume.
That ain't what he's talking. We wouldn't have.
Right.
We wouldn't. Hold on. Wait.
That's not what he's talking about.
Yeah, we wouldn't have a volume debate.
Exactly.
We was having a.
I was trying to tell him.
Do you hear him? We not having a volume debate. Yes, we are having a volume debate, you dumbass nigga. What you think? How do you think they come up with the cubic feet? That's volume, you dumb motherfucker.
What you guys are talking about, and for his definition of like what he could only bring up a pizza. So that's why I'm trying to bring in some clarity. And
what the fuck you mean trying to bring in clarity? Not with me, dog.
My question there, Masterpiece. I mean, let me ask you a question, bro.
Man, my shit ironclad. What the fuck you talking about? You bringing in clarity? You hoe ass nigga. I told you if you slice a goddamn pizza how you would a goddamn sphere, you would get the same amount. Find the radius. The distance between 2 points is a straight line. You stupid ass bitch. You don't understand. That's the reason why when I showed my shit and on my last stream, when I showed that shit, man, I did that on purpose to show that. These motherfuckers here, man. Let's go ahead and listen to this audio.
Around the lake is land. And if you go to an ocean, we're thinking like, yo, this ocean is like endless because you think it's a ball, right? So you
hold on. Let me say this because I'm trying to understand how you are, right? My point is okay.
Well, I'm gonna mute it from that point. I don't know if I'm echoing. It's just it's too much for me to keep muting myself and letting this bullshit play and trying to time this shit. But I'm just gonna talk to you for a minute. for one moment. People are going to see this because they see it in the title. Sanchez is a motherfucking thief, dog. That nigga trying to steal my info in real time. And I want to show you this. Because he don't know what the fuck. And you know what? I swear for living God, you know the cake that he just brung up? Remember I was showing the hydrogen, the dodecahydrogen. Remember I was showing that? And as a matter of fact, watch this shit, right? The nigga tried to get a nerve to show the motherfucking soccer ball. Because he been watching me. He watches me. The nigga taking my shit and trying to misappropriate it, dog. And y'all stupid ass motherfucking followers. Y'all's the dumbest motherfuckers in the world. Now it's no hold bar. I'm not holding nothing back. Only a hit dog will holler. So for the people who following Sanchez, that's all up in his motherfucking chat room saying the stupidest shit to coddle this motherfucker, dog, you just as dumb as he is. But here's an irony behind it. He has a reason. You don't. You just a follower. Sanchez has a agenda behind his rhetoric and bullshit. You all don't. That's the reason why you complain. And only way you feel like you're being validated if you listen to this Sanchez dude. Sanchez don't know shit. Here he is. He's trying to pull up my images. Look at the motherfucker, dog. He trying to pull up my geometric images to try to prove what? Nigga, this world is not flat, you dumb motherfucker. At all. So when you looking at, see these Tinker toys he got showing right now. Them Tinker toys. Nigga, that's how you go around proving shit, dog. What's up, Weezy and 364? That's how you go around proving shit, man. I'm finna drop this motherfucking link. This is the way you go around proving shit, dude. Really, 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 nigga. And the nigga he trying to take my shit, dog. Look at this shit that he's popping up in this motherfucker, dog. That's all my shit there. That ain't none of his shit. I'm talking about geometry, real geometry. He talking about sacred geometry. He talk about shit that don't work. Shit that you can't reach. That shit that you can't touch. He's trying his best. He's trying his motherfucking best. Man, the nigga is that bold to steal in front of me because he got all his motherfucking dick pullers. He didn't get away with it. He tried to take it out of my hand, but my grip is too strong. It's like, you know how a little kid would try to take a football from a grown man's hand. You know how you just can hold it over your head and the little kid is reaching for it. That's Sanchez. Sanchez is trying to reach for my ball. That's all. And he couldn't reach it. He got mad. He tried to misappropriate it by saying, you know, his daddy gave him that ball. Hey, little man, catch. Remember the boys in the hood? He was like, tell him, Chris, shit, I got enough to buy me 100 balls. Yeah, damn shame. You're right. It was a damn motherfucking shame. This dude tried to steal my information in real time, dude, and then try his best to misappropriate it in real time. This dude is a trip, man.
Why would you bring that shape up trying to prove what you live on? I'm asking you, can you go outside and see that shape to confirm it?
Anyway.
Oh, okay.
Octacondagon.
He told me the name of this. He didn't say it was a spirit. He named the word for me. Then I asked him the name of that one.
Sanchez don't know shit. Sanchez is trying to pull a trick, and every time I expose him for his tricks, it's not only me that expose him, it's a few other people that expose him for his tricks. But this nigga try to pull a trick by pulling this image up and trying to compare it to any other thing that is round. And the reason why I said that that is a sphere because of its three-dimensional drawing and it's portraying because all that shadowing, because the nigga don't know nothing about artistry. Like I said, life do not imitate art. Art imitates life. And because he not an artist, he don't have a skill. He's not what's the word? He don't have a craft. He's not skilled in anything, and he holds absolutely no tools. Because of that, with the image he's trying to show here, it's a two-dimensional image, but the way it is drawn with the shadows and things of that nature, right? Even putting that shadow underneath it, drawing that little part of that smudge that makes the it gives the illusion, and I'm using that word strongly here. It gives the illusion that we're looking at a three-dimensional object, but it's really on two dimensions. This nigga try to compare, and what I told him to look up what the fuck a shape is. And he tried to compare it to a flat earth model. That dude is so dangerous. Just like how Brandon said with that fucking document he tried to pull up there with NASA. You would tell your whole constituents that 99.9% of NASA is a lie, except for that 0.1% of that information right there. 99.9999% of NASA is wrong, except for that 0.0000001 of information. And that shit looked at more photoshopped than NASA is telling you how the world is shaped. That document is more questionable than NASA giving you a picture of telescopes and nebulas and stars and constellations. That document is as fake as a fucking $3 bill. But a sucker is born every day. Ain't that what B.T. Barnum said? Exactly, Professor X. That's exactly what he's gonna do. He gonna go under my images. He gonna look at all the hedrons, all the polygons, and he's gonna try his best to try to mix that shit in with his flat earth bullshit, and he can't do it. He sees me, he watches me, and he know my science is undeniable. It's just a matter of people listening and momentum coming behind that. Philly OG already see the momentum. He's so scared of my 80 strong subscribers that he try to minimize the numbers. And here goes Sanchez. Sanchez is scared of me. He won't never debate me on anything. He brings up conjecture. All that shit was conjecture. Nothing was on point. Nothing was about the debate. And he loved when Madon came in to talk about religion. See, this is a Hebrew Israelite. And I go by the Israelite cosmology. Like, nigga. Yeah, you're right. He has been stealing from you all week. And it's showing. I mean, this shit is blatant now. And because I'm just now getting started in the game, and I'm putting that in quotation marks, because I'm just now getting started in the game, right? These motherfuckers think that they can take my information and misappropriate it. Now, I want y'all to listen to this shit, what he's talking about when he's misappropriating my info.
And he saw what was going on, and y'all saw the freeze moment. You saw the chess move. Let me get this to show the folks how I got him, man. Because look, he said this is spirit. He named.
Go to any image.
This one right here. I like the colors. Let me go to that one.
Just like a child, he liked the colors. That's how he get his people with strobe flicker. I told y'all about that. We're going to look it up again. He hits you with strobe flicker. It is a low frequency of colorful lights or lights that be blinking on and off. That sends a low frequency to your brain that puts you in a state of seizuring, meaning you're stopping whatever the fuck you're doing. Your body is seizing. No, your lungs are still working. Your blood flow is correct. Only thing that's seizing is your brain. That's what's seizing. And if he keep that shit up, somebody might go into a grand mal seizure. But it's equivalent to an epileptic seizure, what he does. And this motherfucker said, I like the colors. Fuck the colors. I'm talking about the shape of it. All them diamonds that he trying to look at them diamonds in the inside. Dog, do you know that is shaping your sphere, you stupid dumb motherfucker? I was trying to tell him to pull up Milwaukee Mitchell domes. Let me see if I can pull it up. Let's see if they on YouTube. I'll get back to that. I got it on pause. Yeah, I'll get back to it. Let me see if I can pull it up on YouTube. Let's see if I can pull this shit up on YouTube. Boom. Boom. It's on YouTube in 4K, nigga. And I like talking about the loop.
Everyone, greetings from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. This morning I'm here at the Mitchell Park Conservatory, better known as the Domes, which is these giant botanical gardens.
Let's pause that for a moment. Do you see what I see? Look at the motherfucking triangles in there, dog. Do you see what I see, you hoe ass nigga? That's what I'm talking about. Dog's a real live hoe ass nigga, man. Yeah, I'm gonna get back to it because hold on, let me see if anybody came in because I'm on. All right, nobody didn't come in yet. But with that being said, oh shit, not another hit. The chronic got me thinking of some way out shit. Hey, these niggas is stupid. I just killed that nigga on his own stream, and the nigga tried to steal my shit. Hey, Roderick Jakes, the nigga literally tried to steal my information and misappropriate it. I'm going to get back to that. But in the meantime, I just wanted to show you what this octacondagon is building, right? Let's get back to this shit. Where I'm at. Okay, let me do this. Open on fucking
spirals right there. In the Bible, they call them the four angels with the four ethereal winds, the four corners of the earth deep.
No, the fuck it don't, Sanchez. Stop lying. That's Fibonacci math, and you don't know how the fuck that shit go. You don't know nothing about loops, 4-2-1 rule. You don't know nothing about that shit. Right there. Let's play.
TACONTAGON and just go under images.
Hey, Daddy, can I ask you something?
That's your earth. That's your earth. That's your earth. That's your earth. That is your earth.
Wait, everybody, hold it. Which one to go to, bro? I'm gonna do.
And I kept saying, that is your earth. That is your earth. That is your earth. Meaning that it's a goddamn sphere, you stupid dumb motherfucker. The distance between 2 points is a straight line. I showed you that in parabolas. See, they don't know nothing. They refuse to know anything, so they can spew anything. Let's go.
Do this. Which one to click on?
Oh, you can go to any image.
This one right here. I like the colors. Let me go to that one. If that's my earth, then I'm gonna say I agree with Diadeck, man. And
and that at that point he knew he lost. I'm finna tell you about people who are good at fallacies. They're witty. They're very witty, meaning that the moment that they know that they lying, they're going to build another lie right on top of that one. They are very witty. But what you can catch a person if you just as witty as them, and I'm just as witty. He's trying to misappropriate what I said because this right here just debunked the fuck out of him. It killed him. It killed him dead. And so now he has to agree with mathematics because mathematics is undeniable. But what he tried to do was misappropriate it and stick it into the flat earth. Let's listen to this shit. Yeah, he like colors. This nigga done fucking with Didac, and he kept trying to push the light on Madon. You seen that? That nigga try to keep pushing the light on Madon so his people can ignore me. They can't ignore this shit because you heard them. I want to talk to Didac. I want Didac to answer this question. They wasn't worried about Madon because Madon was going to bring up some religious, zealous shit talking about they didn't say that in the Bible type of shit. Nobody is not talking about the Bible. But when he opened up his mouth, Sanchez had a moment of relief, nigga, because I was in his ass about that fake ass document. And the moment Madon started talking, he knew he was in relief. Because, you know, he can say, well, let somebody else talk. It just being me and you going back and forth, blase splivy. And remember, the three minutes went out of the window after I proved to him that he never gives me 3 minutes to talk. When I proved that, he got mad. Nigga, I got 3 minutes to say, I can say Shubba the Bambin and the Bambin and the Boo for 3 minutes. Honor it, dog. You got to honor it. Like you try to tell those other black folks who you said, I am not, this is Sanchez words, and I'm saying his words, and I'm quoting them. I am not going to another black podcast because they don't let you talk. What the fuck are you doing, Sanchez? So if the white man allow you to go on their panel and talk all in circles, and only thing they do is just throw their hands up and point at their ears and make all the kind of faces, why you just can't do that? Why you got to add noise to your shit? Why do you have to be noisy in order for you to disagree? Why don't you just do some antics in the background? Not none of that Bomb Becky shit, none of that dingo and the baby shit. I'm talking about put your camera on and do some silly shit and just let me talk. The words are going to resonate more than your fucking dumbass actions, you fucking buffoon. You a fucking baboon buffoon. But he tried his best to try to steal my shit. Listen.
Onto land. That level of the sea. That level of the sea is nowhere near where it's way the fuck out there. Way out there.
That would be like taller than Mount Everest, swelling up that much to look over that half.
So hold on a second. Right, that's what it'll be. But let me just say this, and I'm gonna let y'all get it, I swear, or I forget. They don't understand spherical geometry, y'all. They keep making up their own shit. And I'm bringing up spherical geometry because this was used to prove the
Dawg said he bringing up spherical geometry. When I told this motherfucker, dog, there are 3 fundamental shapes that shape our life: triangles, squares, and circles. And when you in 3 dimension, it turns into a pyramid, a cube, and a sphere. And since we're talking about Earth, we are talking about the sphere. The nigga did not let me finish. He cut me off. So now all of a sudden you want to try to talk geometry? You don't even know how the fuck to get to the radius of that circle. That's number one. You don't know the volume of a circle, how you come to the value. Volume equals what? Tell me. Tell me the equation to get the volume of a circle. And I shut the fuck up, Sanchez. But you can't. Just like when I asked you, give me your prime and your composite 0 through 9, and I stop having a conversation with you that you think is only one God that created you. And you couldn't give me that motherfucking answer. But I didn't pose this question to you, but I'm posing it to you indirectly. And I know Sanchez minions are going to listen to this. Get that question back to him. But let's listen to this nigga. Oh, the question is, listen closely. Give me the formula for a volume of a circle. I'm going to give you the first two symbols of it. V equals. Give me the rest of that equation. I shut the fuck up. Because once you learn the volume of the pizza, then you can cut the pizza evenly. Even if you don't know the volume of the pizza. The distance between two lines, the distance between 2 points is a straight line. Only thing you have to do is just find the distance between those 2 points. Go straight. Go straight. Go straight. You can cut a pizza evenly, 8, 16 slices, whatever the fuck. But what you don't know is why it's going into a triangle versus if you even cutting them in squares, because you know the edges, and when you cutting them in squares, do you know that adds up to a piece? So actuality, if you cut the circle into squares, you still are even. I done showed that with my breakdown of the 44, and I showed that breakdown in the fucking chess game. In your chess game, you have 28 squares in the middle. Those 28 squares make up 7 perfect squares of 4. Seven and 4 is 28. When you're doing your digital routing, or what they call gematria, 2 and 8 equals the 1. You are the 1. You are the Christos. You are the Christ. That's the reason why that it goes in a cross in the middle of the fucking chessboard between 4 and 5. Remember, we just went through music. We just went through this. I guarantee you that whole ass nigga jumps on my shit, watches it, and try to use it. Like Weezy Ann said that he tried to use my shit. But with that being said, let's go ahead and play this shit some more.
This curvature of the globe. Why globalists don't use the real shit? They like Christians. They just make up their own interpretations for the scripture and shit.
Facts,
like, why not? Right. You see what I'm saying? I'm using, they should be bringing up spherical geometry before me. Why aren't they?
Hold on.
Now listen. So
you trying to tell me I did not?
Hey, hold on, bro. Let me finish, bro.
This shit is so unfair.
Man, hey, bro,
you
stop,
unfair,
bro,
dog.
stop, bro. It's my turn to talk. I let you talk.
Unfair.
I let you talk, bro.
You are unfair because I brung that fucking technology up. Y'all ignored it. Y'all ignored it when I brung it up.
You also said that there's flat areas on
bringing it up. I need you to do me a favor. Hold on. I need you to do me a favor. So all of this would be killed. I need you to look up OCTA.
You see how this man just gonna cut me off, man.
I don't have screen share, Sanchez. I don't have screen share.
Cut me off, though, bro.
I would have been crushing you.
There's no flat areas on the sphere. There's no flat areas on the sphere. You can't have any flat areas.
Sure you can. Sure you can. I'm going to show you right now. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you right now. If Sanchez look up
just one question.
If Sanchez look up his word.
See, Diadec want to teach us about shapes and shit. Octahedron, polyhedron. He don't.
You fucking right. I want to teach y'all about shapes. Oh my God. Ain't that what we arguing? Remember, he said I was not arguing flat earth versus round earth. He's talking about the shapes. He said that now you hear this hypocritical nigga? This nigga can double talk with the best of them. Now I want to teach all about shapes. At first, I wasn't talking about shapes, but now all of a sudden I want to teach about shapes. What you were saying that in the reference of, Sanchez, in the last 5 minutes, I was talking about shapes, or during the whole entire conversation that we was having, I was talking about shapes. That's the reason why you brought it up. It's because throughout the whole entire argument, even when you kicked me off the fucking panel, I was talking about shapes. You wasn't. You were not. Let's go.
Don't want to deal with spherical geometry, and it's laughable.
That is spherical
it's
geometry,
laughable. It's laughable, bro.
Hey, Daddy,
sir,
real
it
quick,
is.
Daddy.
No,
Daddy.
sir, it is. I need you to do me a favor.
2 seconds. Give me 2
Look
seconds,
this up. It's OCTACONTAGON. I spell it again. OCTACONTAGON, and just go under images.
Hey, Daddy, can I ask you something?
That's your Earth. That's your Earth. That's your Earth. That's your Earth. That is your Earth.
Wait, everybody, hold it. Which one to go to, bro? I'm gonna do this. Which one to click on?
Oh, you can go to any image.
This one right here. I like the colors. Let me go to that one. If that's my Earth, then I'm gonna say I agree with Diadeck, man. And I'm gonna
tell him say that. My bad, bro. My bad.
Yeah, I'm gonna show him why I agree with him, because I know y'all already know though. But I just want to end his spiel so we can move on to the next one. Look, I agree with him that's what the Earth is, because here go my model, and here go what he told me.
He got them motherfuckers so fooled and so mesmerized that he can pull up an image with 3 or 4 rings and try to compare it to a fucking octagondagon, a 80-sided shape, 3-dimensional shape, a 3-dimensional shape. This is 3 dimensions. It's just on a 2-dimensional surface, just like how I showed the fucking domes. If you take a picture on top of the domes, on top of them, not from the side, on top of them, this is what you get. So after I told him to look that up, I wanted him to look up the polyhedron, but he pulled it up in a form of a cape. So he been watching my shit. But let's go.
To pull up. You see what I'm saying? I'm gonna drop a bomb on that.
Got him. You just don't get it though, Dad. That's cool though.
No. Y'all are not gonna misconstrue my info.
No, brother. No. I accepted the octahedron or whatever the fuck. Thank you for teaching me about this. I didn't know. Now I got another shape to call the flat Earth. You can't make me see this as a search and come back and say it.
Damn it, I went all the way to the goddamn beginning. You hear that nigga, what he just said? You ain't gonna make me think nothing different of that shape. He said, I'm admitting that you showed me something. I'm paraphrasing. I'm admitting that you showed me something, but I'm just gonna take it and turn it into a flat Earth concept anyway, even though it's proving the Earth to be a sphere. I'm finna take it and reverse it. That's the reason why I said reverse engineer. This nigga pulling off the coldest reverse engineer I ever seen.
Hey,
but that's with his people. He ain't doing it to smart motherfuckers and motherfuckers who know better, who's trying to know better. You understand? Who knows better, who's trying to know better. Because there's the saying by Dr. Nellie Fuller, if you do not know white supremacy racism, what it is and how it works, everything you come to understand will only confuse you.
CONTAGON, and just go under images.
Hey, Daddy, can I ask you something?
That's your Earth. That's your Earth. That's your Earth. That's your Earth. That is your Earth.
Wait, everybody, hold it. Which one to go to, bro? I'm gonna do this. Which one to click on?
Oh, you can go to any image.
This one right here. I like the colors. Let me go to that one. If that's my Earth, then I'm gonna say I agree with Diadeck, man. And I'm gonna.
And I was about to tell him, say that, my bad, bro.
If that is my Earth, I agree with Diadeck.
Yeah, I'm gonna show him why I'll agree with him, because I know y'all already know though. But
I'm gonna show you why I agree with him, but y'all already know. Meaning that y'all finna flip this shit and turn it into a flat Earth concept. That's what they know. That's what they know. Taking sound proof that the Earth is round and turning it into some shit that it ain't. That's what you call taking lead and turning that shit into gold, or taking gold and turning it into lead. But let's go.
But I just want to end his spiel so we can move on to the next one. Look, I agree with him that that's what the Earth is, because here go my model, and here go what he told me to pull up. You see what I'm saying? I'm gonna drop a bomb on that.
Got him.
Got him. You hear that? You hear these dick pullers? Got him. Dick pulling ass niggas. You dick pulling motherfuckers. He didn't get me. I got him. And what he tried to do is try to reverse it. Reverse. That nigga, everybody clap your hands. Clap, 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 clap. Come on now. That's Sanchez talking to y'all. Hit the one in the chat room, y'all. Come on now. Bounce. Clap, clap. Cha-cha, real smooth now. Now go to work. This nigga is the dumbest nigga on this planet. And how in the fuck did he build a platform to have this many motherfuckers even watching him, yet alone following him? Fuck y'all some dumbass people. But let's go. It's just like Sanchez. It's the people who is feeding Sanchez. Just like with Umar Johnson, I told you. It's not Umar Johnson. It's his followers. The same thing with Sanchez. It's not Sanchez. It's his followers. You dumb motherfuckers keep putting a battery in his back. Y'all keep building him every time I knock his fool ass off his wall. You know why? That is the man to whisper sweet nothings in your ear so you will not have to do anything. You don't have to do nothing dealing with Sanchez. Sanchez will have you sitting on your ass complaining about shit you can't touch.
You just don't get it though, Dad. That is cool though.
What you mean? Let me say something.
No. Y'all are not gonna misconstrue my info.
No, brother. No. I accepted the octahedron or whatever the fuck. Thank you for teaching me about this. I didn't know. Now I got another shape to call the flat Earth. You can't make me see this as a globe. You cannot tell me how to see this shape, because this is not the Earth. This is just a shape. And if you want to see this shape as a globe, I'm a clap. I see it as the flat Earth.
Reverse engineering, ladies and gentlemen.
I see it, bro. Is this the globe, Earth, or is it
reverse engineering?
Hold on, everybody. Can you teach everybody Diadeck the name of this shape? Repeat the word for them. You teaching us right now.
Can you tell me the shape of that? Yeah, it's called an octacondagon. This is accounted for. It's accounted for. We accounted for this shape. What is an octacondagon? It is a 80-sided shape. It's a hedron. I just gave you the simple gon to it. The simple gon, because you're so used to circles. I told you a hedron is a 3-dimensional shape. And then I try to get this motherfucker to try to get to the hedron of this shape. I try to tell him to look the motherfucker up. But what do? He pull up a slice of cake where I told him, as simple as you can get it, is a dodecahedron. And in a dodecahedron, it is shaped just like a fucking soccer ball. I said, if there is how you can simplify it, but it's highly complex. And like I said, he wouldn't let none of this shit go. I had a discussion with D Calico. D Calico is a flat earther. But the way I was explaining how crystals are formed in space, the nigga couldn't deny it. And when I was telling him how crystals form from your rhombus all the way down to your fucking dodect to hydrogen, I keep saying the fucking name wrong, but you know what? I'm going to see if I can look the word up. You know what? Let me see. Damn. This is some bullshit. Let me see something once. Because I want it froze right here. You know what? I'm just going to continue to play it. And we're going to look these shapes up later.
It's an octacontagon. Octacontagon.
Okay, now let me ask you a question. Now, what shape is this thing right here? I'm waiting. Come on. I got
what
you. Come
mean?
On. Bro. No, ain't no hold on, bro. No, bro. No, bro. I am fucking vicious with this shit. I'm vicious with this shit. I'm vicious with this shit, bro. I'm vicious with this shit, bro.
No, you ain't.
No, answer my bro. No, answer my question. All you gotta, bro. All you gotta do. No, bro. All I do. No, hold up. Die. Listen. Stop. Hold up. Stop. Check it out, bro. What shape is this, bro?
That is a sphere shape, but a circle.
Thank you. No. That's all I want to know.
No, because of the three-dimensional.
Wait. No. It's cool. You answered me.
Man.
Why can't you answer my question and let me move on so I can yield the mic? You in the way now. Thank you. I'm trying to move on with my point so I can stop talking.
Sanchez, I'm answering your question.
And you're done. Thank you. It's a spirit. That's all I want to know. And now I want to finish my point.
No.
I don't need the extra shit, though. I'm good with the spirit part.
Okay, with the spirit.
I'm good with that, bro.
The octacontagon.
Why can't I be good with that?
The octacontagon.
Why can't you just be good? I ain't asked you nothing but what shape is this? I asked you what the hell this was. You told me an octacontagon or whatever, and I'm going to learn to pronounce it. Guess what? That ain't a spear, as they would have called it a spear. Each shape bro, spear. Stop, bro. Stop. Don't do the child games with me. It ain't going to be cutting each other off with it is, it ain't. Just let me say what I got to say, then you say what you got to say. You're not going to convince me this is a spear, bro. You're just not, because it's not a spear.
I don't have to convince you.
Bro, but what you got to do.
See how you just keep cutting it off and all that shit. I think I just dropped off at this time because I got sick of the nigga. I got sick of him. But let's go.
Take that Ritalin.
Dude,
you got to take that
fucking
Ritalin,
taking
bro.
my information.
You got to take that Ritalin, bro. I'm trying to speak.
That,
I ain't
dog. That is,
bro. I'm trying to talk.
Okay, let's say that is what we living on, right?
Hold on. Let's say if everybody respected each other and let each man say what they saying and let them finish and be respectful and pass it around. Let's say if we did that, man, black men will get far with each other, wouldn't it? You see how I'm struggling just to make my point?
Actually, I am getting tired of doing these streams where I am critiquing these dumbass motherfuckers and having to clear up the fucking muck that they spread. I'm getting sick of this shit. But one thing he ain't gonna do is steal my motherfucking info. So let's go.
You think I'm gonna do all that talking and set him up to let him sway me away and I ain't even make my point out to all that? And we just move on. Fuck me. Like, relax for a second. Yo, this man trying to run from the point that I'm making. He told me the name of this. He didn't say it was a spear. He named the word for me. Then I asked him the name of that one, and he saw what was going on, and y'all saw the freeze moment. You saw the chess move. Let me get this, show the folks how I got him, man, because look, he said this is a spear. He named this something else. But after I told him to name this, Now he going back saying, well, look, this is a spirit. But he didn't say that at first. That's why I asked him the name of this one first, because I know how children play. I did that for a purpose. I said I'm going to ask him the name of this one first. So if he try to do that, I can show the judge how he lying. Because earlier, Judge, when I asked him what the shape of this, when he said an octa word, he didn't say it was a spiritual octa. He saw what I was doing to him right here. Now he want to make that octa thing what this is when it's clearly not at all.
And he fucked his people head up with that comment right there. He set them motherfuckers back another 100 years. I'm just letting you know, I was bringing y'all into the light. The enlightenment of modern day technology, that nigga set y'all asses right back. Nigga, so good luck with y'all 2 rocks sparking that shit together to get your fire started. At least I was trying to give y'all flint. I was trying to show y'all how to start fire with a flint. But this whole ass nigga just set y'all ass back to the Stone Age. So take y'all 2 rocks, spark that shit together, and good luck in starting y'all fire.
Not one bit. And this thing right here resembles more of my model than his model over here. And everybody can see that clear as day. I ain't even got to talk no more. I'm a yield the flow. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, now thank you for yielding the floor.
But bro, how you gonna keep getting the mic though? Other folks want it.
Because you missed the no,
bro. No, I'm just making my point.
Go ahead. This is your panel. Go ahead.
You made your point. Okay, bro. Go ahead. Let him go, man. You can get the last word. Go ahead.
Thank you. What you're looking at is a polyhedron. What they counted 80 sides. 80 side shape is called a octacondagon. This is a polyhedron. I would like for you to go to polyhedron, which is dealing.
And I asked that nigga to go to polyhedron first, but it was so much noise going. I just said, fuck it, let them keep going. Let them keep going. And I would introduce my Ogdog, my eight. I introduced the 8 to you. So I introduced the 80 side polygon, which is called an octacondagon. That's an 80-sided shape. When you talk about 80-sided shape, 3-dimensional, now you're talking about a hedron. Let's look the word up. Let's look up polyhedron. Let's see if they give me images of a polyhedron. Right? These are shapes of polyhedrons.
One on this side, one on the back that we can't see, and then one on the bottom. So it's formed entirely of triangles.
Because my name is Didact. And remember, I got my name Didactagon for a reason. You see this regular dodectagon? See that? See the dodec? Just put an I right there and a T right there, and you got didectagon. But you see that, right? You see the shape of it, right? This is a 3-dimensional on a 2-dimensional surface. So when he tried to show me the earth with the water in that picture, that's what I seen. I seen the 3-dimensional shaping of the drawing. That's the reason why I called it a sphere. But what the motherfucker don't know is that he looking at a polyhedron. That's what he's looking at. He's looking at a polyhedron. He's looking at a 2-dimensional surface. He can't see the sphere because you know why? His perception is limited. He think he's a giant on this planet. Like I told him. Cruise ships are so big, man. Them carnival ships and shit that be docking in Florida, and they go to the Bahamas and shit like that. Them motherfuckers is big. Let that motherfucker cap over and get lost at sea, and it goes under. No Coast Guard, no Navy, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines ain't gonna be able to find your ass until a bunch of months later, nigga. Do you know how much shit is lost out at sea? Dog, that's that big ass cruise ship compared to the human being is a needle in a haystack in the ocean. I'm going to say that again. I think y'all don't. Y'all perception is so limited. That's the reason why he can't see the octacondagon. He can't see that. He only sees flat. I wish that nigga would fade to the black or go in between a crack and call it one, nigga, and get lost. Nigga, get lost. Like literally, physically, mentally, you're lost. Spiritually, you're lost. I'm saying this with all conviction. I think you don't have a soul. And with that, nigga, you need to lose your physical body. Just get lost. Find you a crack that you can slip your two-dimensional ass in and call it one. You fucking, what do he call himself? Motherfucking flat power. Like they gang banging. Dog, y'all gang weak as a motherfucker. Y'all get weak as a bitch. Y'all don't have no motherfucking geometrical signs behind y'all to motivate you. No magic is behind y'all. None. Y'all don't got no geometric magic behind y'all. No occult science behind y'all. Y'all a bunch of motherfucking bullshit. Y'all a cult. Y'all missing the O and the C. You understand? Y'all missing the O and the C. So y'all just a cult. But a polyhedron, this dodectagon, do you know the motherfucker try to bring up a cake? Now remember, on my last streams, I showed this on my last streams. I just so happened to pull it up on his YouTube because I didn't want to lose what Sanchez is trying to do. So let me go back to the fucking shit. Go back to history. I hope I don't have to go back. I think I do. Yeah.
Formed out of the water.
This is them running live right now. So let me go ahead and
when you talk about the earth, the water made the earth.
Sanchez, can I bring up something for a second?
So if the earth, hold on.
Is it
a ball by square feet?
Yeah,
right. That's so crazy.
That's what I'm trying. Hold on,
this is really slow, bro.
Hold on. I'm going to say this really slow. I'm going to say this slow, even though Brandon got it wrong because a triangle is 180 degrees, but your circle and your square is both 360. You can grid shit like that by using simple geometric shapes.
I got a question.
I would love to show you the dome.
I got a question.
I was trying to tell him I would love to show him the dome up here in Mitchell Domes, what I just got finished illustrating, how these so-called shapes that he don't account for can make a dome. And if you take one dome and two domes, your northern, your southern hemisphere, up and down, your left and your right, because remember, everything is what? Polar. Everything is polarity, meaning two. So if you take your dome shape from the up front and your dome shape on the bottom and you put them together, you get a ball, nigga. Now, here this nigga right here trying to show this cake. He did this on purpose because I know he's watching me because I pulled up the shape. That's a the goddamn gon, nigga, of a polyhedron. And look at it. It looks like a circle, but you can tell it's three-dimensional, can you? Can't you? I told him that this is the simplest way I can explain what you assume to be a flat plane. I told him, you take the fucking pentagon, because that's what they are. The black ones are pentagons. You take the pentagon. Just imagine you on that motherfucker. And you as small as a motherfucking microscopic dust. That's what you're seeing. Forests and trees all over. So you're small. You're relatively small. Now just say if it was a fifth, we all be drunk. And I know y'all seen episodes of The Simpsons and episodes of Family Guy where they're a show where they get microcosmic in terms of life. Like the one time that Lisa was growing growth on her tooth. Remember, she pulled her tooth and she was using it for a diatribe or some shit. I mean, not a diatribe, but the fuck they call those things? She was using it for that to show at school, like show and tell. And her tooth grew some organisms that grew little people, right? And they start discovering it's something outside of that goddamn tooth they stay on. But because they so small, only thing they do is see is the tooth. So what they do, they create a space travel. It's the same thing, you know. The Simpsons and Family Guy, they pretty much use the same concepts back and forth. Except, you know, I like Family Guy, but Simpsons is my shit, but I do like Family Guy. But Stewie had the same thing. Remember, Stewie's head was busted and motherfuckers was living on his head and shit, and they discover how to get off his head in terms of space travel. That's what human beings have learned throughout their years. So, no, we're not stuck on that black mark anymore. We can get off that mark. Once we learn how to get off that mark, then we can see how the earth is shaped. Because even with them trying to use this technology that was created by observing the planet Earth, they try to use it to try to make the earth flat, like that goddamn letter he showed with NASA. If that was evidence and concrete, do you know that motherfucker will still be talking about that shit right now? He will have reference points to prove that letter. He don't. That shit is made up. He made that shit up. That's a fake ass document. If that was a real document, he'll have references behind that. Except that it ain't. Nigga, you made that shit up. I wonder, I bet you 10-1. I bet you 10-1. That document was made in a flat earth community. I guaranteed you that. I guaranteed you 10-1. That shit was made in a flat earth community saying circulate this letter to prove that the earth is flat by saying some derogatory shit about NASA. First, y'all talked about NASA because remember, this is Philly OG. You believe in NASA. You believe in NASA. Bam. What the fuck just happened? Didn't your master teacher just bring up a document talking about NASA? So who is in belief here? And who knows, who think to know? Tell me who's in belief and tell me who's in an episode of thinking to knowing. Now check this out, Professor X. When Madame brung up the moon phases, I wish that he wouldn't have did that, because that's the argument that flat earthers like to have in terms of getting religious with it. But they don't know the moon phases because it's 8 of them. And if I talk about the real moon phases of the 8, I'm talking about the Agda. And I didn't want to get on that. I didn't want to talk about that. And I was going to illustrate and show him, for instance, I wanted to show this, right? Now, see this light bulb, right? I was going to act like this light bulb is the sun. See how it's dangling? It ain't nothing over it. See that exposure? You see how it turns dark? Right? I wanted to show him this. I wanted to show him this shit so bad. But because he has StreamYard, not StreamYard, Zoom, I went on my Zoom and the shit was showing backwards. It was showing backwards on Zoom, so I said, no, I'm not going to be able to show him in real life where the sun would be positioned at and where the earth would be positioned at, and I will show you where your shadows are cut in a straight line, nigga. I was going to take a piece of paper and ball it up for him so he can see on one side of the ball is going to be light, and on the other side of the ball, where's the shadow at, that's going to be your darkness. So when you looking at the phases of the fucking moon, you not understanding why those moons are taking those phases, what position of the earth is in, what equinox, none, you don't know none of that shit. But yet again, you always talking about, oh, it's a blood moon. Now, him and that goddamn Key Norfolk or whoever the fuck these niggas is, you know what I'm saying? I see they took a back seat to the nigga today. Usually they'll be up on there. The Key Norfolks and the Bobby Knives. I see they took a back seat to Sanchez for today. Maybe because they seen Didac up there and they got scared. But I'm coming for their ass too. But with that being said, the nigga don't know absolutely nothing about celestial bodies. Because he don't deal with that. He don't deal with celestial bodies. He deal with shit that you can't touch. Sacred geometry and that bullshit cosmology shit that he be put. You can't, that shit's so outdated. That's number one. And number two, you can't touch none of that shit, dog. Right now, we can go to NASA right now. We can go to NASA right now and try to debunk their ass right motherfucking now. I want to go to a flat earth besides Sanchez motherfucking stream. I want to go to a building where y'all got y'all science pumping out all kind of shit. At least make a toothbrush, right? Make something, you flat earth motherfuckers. Even the people who created the goddamn frisbee know that the fucking earth is a sphere. You stupid motherfuckers. The most simplest experiment that you can do is blowing a fucking bubble. That is the most simplest experiment that you can do. Why do you think it takes a shape, a round shape? Look, man, because I don't have that bullshit up under Zoom. Because I don't have Zoom, I'm sorry for that. Because I don't have Zoom, this is the shit.
It closes in again.
This is the shit that I deal with. Let me go ahead and mute that and play it and get back to what I'm talking about here. Now, remember, I was talking about the Big Bang, right? Remember, I got I got kind of religious on the subject, right? Because people tend to not know time and why it's relative. Time is relative, meaning that it can vary, and especially if you move faster than another object. For instance, a human being can probably run 30 miles an hour, give and take lung capacity. I would give it about a good 5 minutes straight. They can run 30 miles an hour, right? Let's give the same being, the same human being, but just say if he had a bigger lung capacity. No, just say if he had the same lung capacity, but he can run faster. Time is relative. He'll get there quicker than a dude that's running 30 miles an hour versus if he's running 45 miles an hour. He's going to get there quicker. You understand what I'm saying? With the same lung capacity and everything. Now, time is relative. That's the reason why I made this disclaimer about where people get zealous in a fucking religion. I try to match that and try to balance it out because I know time is relative. So what I will give them the idea is what I say is they say that God time, 1 second to God is 1 year to us. So that means that we are on slow motion. Watch what I tell you in terms of that. See, I can prove time being relative in real life. Them niggas talk reality bullshit. They give you shit that you cannot think, you can't conjure, you can't touch. That shit is not, it's conjecture. It's conjecture. That's what the fuck they giving you. I'm giving you information that you can repeat and repeat. Now, this motherfucking camera that you see, hold on, let me get back to the picture. I didn't play none of it, trust me. This camera that you see right there is so expensive. That motherfucker like $150,000 or some shit like that. So it's a very expensive camera. That's a camera that all of us can chip in and buy, or even one of us, according to OG Philly, he claimed that he got a lot of money at his disposal. So why don't you buy one of those cameras? This camera was made to slow down time like if God was looking at us. Because if that ain't the case, then what is it? Huh? Why move it in slow motion? Or even speeding it up, giving you control of what we call time. Time is relative. Let's go off into this shit so I can show where we are a sphere, why we are a sphere. All right. See that cracker right there, that firecracker in the cylinder? That is your pole. Remember, he liked to talk about poles. That's your pole. The top is the north, where your bubbles is coming out at, and the south pole is where none of the bubbles is coming out at. You have a top of the fucking cylinder. You got a bottom of the cylinder. You got north on top of the cylinder, and you got south on the bottom of the cylinder. Now watch what happens in this Big Bang. Pause. This is underwater. Remember, Sanchez loved to say that we in waters in the outside, the firmament is waters, blah, blah, blah. So since we know that the space in the firmament is water, that I do not disagree with, because I know those are primordial waters and primordial darkness, which is the fucking cosmetic conduit to what we know and to be in existence. Since I agree with him that is water out there, let's look at explosion up underwater. Let's see what shape it takes up underwater. We already see at its explosion, we already see what's going to take place. This is the same imagery or the same thing that happens in the Big Bang. Let's go. The one that's F28, that is that's highly exposed to show all the light that is taking place. The F11, the one that's to the right, that's just regular, looking at it through a regular lens without being exposed. The one that is F2.8, that is the exposure turned up. Remember, I told the motherfuckers, why do you think they put a flash on a camera? Why do you think that you can enhance your photos in terms of the lighting, right? The fucking cell phone damn near took over the fucking personal camera. Now people's personal cameras are phones. They got a whole entire Photoshop on your motherfucking phone, to where if you remember, you used to take your shit to Walgreens, you take a dark picture, you can tell Walgreens, can you enhance that exposure on that picture? And the picture would be lighter and brighter after they done did they fucking Photoshop on it or they CGI on it. But it's still the real goddamn picture, you dumb motherfuckers. Y'all some dumb bitches. Look at it. Look at the shape. Explode. Watch it implode. Watch the imploding. Remember, they say we expanding all the time. Earth is expanding, and we gonna when the moment that we start shrinking, we know we are in an implode. That's the reason why the theory is going around, to say the least, with astronomers and physicists. They are saying that Once we are done expanding, we're gonna start coming in. We're gonna start shrinking. That's where we're gonna implode and we're gonna destroy. We're gonna die off. That's when the earth is gonna explode. Let's go. The one that says F2.8, that's the one you really need to be paying attention to. But if you can see the 411 one, it's the same one, except that the exposure on the left is much more higher. And its resolution is like going from 480 pixel to 1080 pixel. So now we have a small illustration on that. I wanted to show this shit so bad on Sanchez shit, but I don't fuck with that Zoom shit. So sharing screens and all that shit with that shit, I don't know if it was going to be a hassle or be just as easy as StreamYard, but I was not on my computer. I was on my phone. Now I'm on my computer. And with that being said, nigga, you hoe ass nigga, don't take my shit, dog. But I already see it. You're going to try to take it, misappropriate it. And what you going to do, dog, for the twos and fews who've seen this stream, I got an impression. I've told you, Sanchez, I done made an impression not only on you, but on your people. They're going to hate me for the sake that thereof. It's just like me playing for Chicago Bulls versus the Indiana Pacers. And you know that motherfucker had a nerve to try to compare me to Maydon. First of all, Maydon is a religious zealot. No way in hell you can compare him to me. My logic is undeniable. I'm like Vicky and iRobot. I'm undeniable. Right now, I'm allowing all the robots to get along with each other and to get along with human beings. I'm not going to turn on the red light. But my shit is undeniable, though. And with that, the nigga try to compare me to Madonna. And then Madonna said it's like Michael Jordan and Bill Cartwright or some shit like that. No, nigga. It's more like you are Wayman Tigsdale, nigga. And I'm Michael Jordan. And you play for Phoenix and I play for Chicago. Natural rivals, to say the least. But at the same time, you better respect my motherfucking game because I'm slamming all over you. We winning games, but I understand your delusion of grandeur. You're always thinking that, man, if the referees wouldn't have called that foul, I'm telling you, dog, we wouldn't have won that game. Or if the referees would stop fucking cheating the game, we would have won that. That's y'all. That's y'all. I came in there. I saw, I conquered. Sanchez is done in terms of fucking with me until it can actually be a formal debate on a mutual, not a mutual, but a neutral platform. Until then, the nigga is going to keep swaying his crowd the crowd swings on his nuts as he go. So as they keep swaying this shit to the left, that's where they're going to go. They're going to follow Sanchez to the left. So when Sanchez so-called conceded, he conceded twice. You know that, right? That nigga conceded twice. He did. And I didn't go through the first one. I just wanted to go through that second one where he was actually taking my fucking info and try to misappropriate it to that flat earth shit. That shit right there pissed me the fuck off. That's the only reason why I'm doing this stream right now. Now it is official that a person really has to do damage control. Remember, I was putting the onus on them because I be hitting the nail on the head with them when I tell them that they be going on a cleanup campaign, they doing damage control, all that shit. That's the reason why Sanchez has went live every single day for the past couple months, because he's on damage control, because Didac hurts him every time Didac come to the panel. But the question I asked, because remember, we was talking about this. The question I ask is, why do you think Sanchez lets me up? Versus me keep going to his panel knowing the way he's going to treat me. I know how he's going to treat me. That's the reason why I go up there is for the people. I don't go up there for him, but I'm going to be arguing with him. I'm going up there for the people who are just opening their eyes out. Remember, I done made a little rhyme off that. I'm going to say it again. Do not bite the rhyme that rhythms you, dog. And Sanchez is biting my rhymes that rhythm him. I'm finna take a page out of Jay-Z Slice, Biggie Slice, when he said, wiping the cold out my eye, see this who's paging me and why. The people who comes to Sanchez is wiping the sleep out of their eye. I'm the nigga from the barber shop trying to put you up on the intricate plot. They trying to stick you like fly paper. And I'm trying to slow down so I can explain this caper. Remember the niggas that you got nice with? That's Sanchez. He's talking about robbing you, dog. But in this case, he talk about trying to rob me. Damn, niggas want to stick me for my paper. Damn, niggas want to stick me for my motherfucking damn. Niggas want to stick me for my paper. And that's what the fuck the case of it is. That nigga trying to stick me like fly paper. So with that being said, man, I only go up there because of the people. If I can reach one, I don't reach the million. That means that I can reach two. That means I can reach three. But I wish they would go by the creed of each one teach one, which is an African proverb. I'm still at y'all Aboriginals next. Each one teach one is an African concept, not an Aboriginal one. Because if y'all was each one teach one, y'all wouldn't have lost your oral tradition. Y'all wouldn't be to this point where y'all at right now talking about fuck Africa, the pan boo-boos and all that bullshit talk that y'all be talking. Y'all would not be at this point if y'all was each one teach one. Because remember the resurgence of the African culture. Even at the time, I'm going to go past Marcus Garvey, not before Marcus Garvey. I'm passing him up. I'm talking about the resurgence of the African movement back in the 60s, 70s, and the 80s. We were at a point of each one teach one. And look at us today in 2022. We still have a stronghold. We have such of a stronghold like Sister Ty Haru, or Professor X. We have such a stronghold in Africa that the Aboriginals today is still they hating on Africa. If we did not each one teach one, if we did not hold our culture, Ty Haru would not be Ty Haru today. Didact would not be Didact today. Sonetta would not be Sonetta. And all the other movements, and even the regular Joe Schmo people who know that they have a bloodline going back to Africa, none of that shit will be about if we did each one teach one. So the African concept, each one teach one, is strong. Why in the fuck are y'all not doing that with Sanchez? But I'm going to have faith in y'all. Because if I woke up one, I woke up a million, but I won't draw to each one teach one. That means you tell two friends and they tell two friends and so on and so on and so on. But the reason why I go up there is for that reason. I done spent 1 hour and 19 minutes trying to do this damage control because this is damage control. He didn't steal nothing because he can't steal shit from Didact. Only thing he can do is misappropriate the tool. The tool is there. It's a hammer. But he took it and tried to put a motherfucking screw wall. He took it. He took a hammer and tried to paint the wall with it. Dog, that's not a paintbrush. It's a hammer. But that's what he did. He misappropriated the tool. He didn't steal shit from me because he can't do that. I'm Didact. He can't steal shit from me. But what he did, he took that tool, which is a universal tool that any and everybody can apply. Any and everybody got access to it, and any and everybody can prepare themselves for opportunity with that. But what he did, he tried to paint the wall with a hammer. And because of that, he's fucking up. He's getting paint on the wall, but it's so inefficient. If you take a hammer, you dip it in paint, and you put it on the wall, you're going to get paint on the wall. But it ain't as efficient as a paintbrush. And that's what the nigga is doing. He's using my concepts and misrepresenting them. And for that, he looks like a fool. He looked like a fool. But his people are so hung up on him that they're going to aid and abet that badass behavior. But I know y'all tired of me talking about this whole ass nigga. And I am going to stop talking about it. But catch that stream out that I did earlier today, though. Because that motherfucker fired. And I kind of ended it early. I explained it because that was a two-part. From the first part that I explained, I got it in. The second part, part two, I got it in. But I seen a nigga clickbait. And did you hear the nigga said, I don't want motherfuckers think I'm clickbaiting. Remember he said that shit? I knew it was clickbait. Because you know why? He's trying to thwart my momentum of teaching and want me to argue with him so he can make himself look fair seeming. I'm not worried about you, Sanchez. I'm worried about your people. That's what I'm worried about. I'm not worried about you. You are defeated to me. You are defeated when you come across me, Sanchez. Even your people know you are defeated when you fucking with Didact. They do their best to keep fucking putting you together, man. The moment I knock your head off is the moment that a motherfucker's right back, sewing that motherfucker right back on like a teddy bear. The moment I rip your arm off, a nigga's right there putting you right back together again, Humpty Dumpty. But your people know, the ones that's trying to become diehard loyalists, they know that Didact rips your ass apart each time. But it's not you I'm worried about. And even your loyalists, I'm not worried about them like a Sir Drop and the Dreads and the fucking Philly OGs and JJ Flat Power. I'm not worried about them hoe ass niggas. I'm worried about the new people who come in, who saying to themselves, it got to be something other than what we assuming for life to be in terms of the tyranny. Why in the fuck we always in this rut? When they bump into Sanchez, they are bumping into the wrong motherfucker. And that's what happens is like they wiping this cold from their eye. They just getting their eyes open and they bumping into bullshit. But yeah, I'm to the point of exhaustion today. And I'm done with Sanchez as far as today is concerned. I did my job, but now, like I said, this is not a cleanup campaign. This right here is a reaction quote or a react quote to damage control in terms of how he turned my geometry into some bullshit that he's trying to fold up under his bullshit. And if the people are taking that shit seriously, then I'm gonna do the same thing again. I'm gonna turn my back on Sanchez and face y'all and talk to y'all on streams. I'm gonna tell y'all who y'all are on streams. I'm trying to stick with Sanchez, hoping that you can vicariously see the bullshit that he's doing through you, so you can change your ways. But if you're gonna keep aiding and abetting this nigga, I'm gonna start cussing y'all few 450 people who come to his chat. I remember one time he got like to 800, almost a G-ball. I think he did get to a G-ball a few times on his streams where people are watching. I'm gonna let every one of you motherfuckers have it. I don't give a fuck if you just now waking up. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna get to a point where I don't give a fuck no more. Where y'all just waking up, and that's you're supposed to display patience and virtue. You're supposed to be temperament with these people because you got to allow them the room for growth. But I'm going to get to a point where I'm going to sweat y'all, and I'm not going to allow you shit for growth. I'm going to keep slapping the fuck out of you, just like I told them, dog. If I see the reason why they suspend students like y'all. Y'all don't listen. Y'all too fidgety in class. Y'all disruptive as a motherfucker. And y'all got a nerve to put a goddamn Ritalin shit. Y'all on Ritalin. And what the fuck is that other shit? Manzapan or any kind of other PAM medication. Zanzapan, Hanzapan. Y'all on all that shit, nigga. The fuck you talking about? But with that being said, thank y'all for listening again. And this is damage control. Total damage control to the information I put out there, because right now I see 3 people who are watching me, and I'm very grateful for y'all watching me, and for the people who are going to be watching later, and for the people who did come in, because the numbers will fluctuate. For the people who are watching me, if you've seen that Sanchez stream where Didac was participating, you can see where Didac proved his point, put Sanchez in a position where he was vexed. He kicked me off the panel the first time. I'll come back up just to continue the discussion. And then a nigga tried to take my information. He tried to steal my info and turn it into his. Y'all all seen this. And even with the soccer ball cake, I done show where the earth, I said, if you're going to break it down as simple as what you think is a flat plane, we can break it down to the simple dodecagon, which is your soccer ball. The nigga try to put up a soccer ball cake and tell me, cut it even. Can you cut that sphere even? Yes, you can, just like how you would cut a cake. And here's the kicker about it. You can get twice as much out of a sphere than you can with a flat surface. Nigga, because the shit has a cubic volume to it instead of it being flat. It has a cubic volume. And some hunky got up there and started misappropriating my info again. I think he be having these people on the standby come up here, repeat what he said, and try to discredit him after you repeat what he said. This is the trick. They come up there, they repeat what you said to say that they was in agreement. Sanchez would then say, no, let that nigga speak for himself. And then they will come out and then they will contradict you and ridicule what you said. Well, I don't think he was explaining it right. See, what I would have had said, no, motherfucker, you wouldn't have had said nothing if I wouldn't have said that. If I didn't mention volume in a sphere or a circle, or how you get a radius in a circle, nigga, you wouldn't even brung up cubic goddamn feet. How in the fuck you think you get cubic? What is the formula for cube? X what? X what? X what to the what power? What is cube? To the what power? And why? Why is it to the third power, but a cube got 4 goddamn corners? Huh? Why is power 2 is square and 3 is cubed? Tell me that. You dumbass motherfuckers, y'all don't know shit. So when the motherfucker was coming up there talking about, well, I think he was trying to say this. No, I wasn't trying to say that. I said what I said, and all y'all motherfuckers got it. Because when I brought it back to what y'all know, which is a flat surface, I said, can you cut a pizza even? Because if you can cut a pizza even, you can cut a goddamn soccer ball cake even. You dumbass nigga. You dumb motherfucker. Oh shit! I see D Calico coming in the house. Shit, I was just about to shut this motherfucker down, man.
Let me go to another. Hold on.
Okay, but yeah, the motherfucker asked me, "Can you cut a cake even?" And I said, "Yes, you can. Just like how you would slice a goddamn pizza." See, you back on flat Earth. La 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 la. I'm like, oh my god, this nigga here, boy. Difficult. And that's the reason why teachers get frustrated. And they said these are the ones that's going to be left behind. The Philly OGs. That's why Philly OGs say fuck school. Sanchez are the people that are being left behind. I don't even know how Sanchez passes altitude test to get in the fucking military, unless it's a test that a chimpanzee can pass.
Damn. Hey, I don't know, man. It's crazy, man. You know, because everybody want to take the easy route, which is we wish we could just fly and go up and check it out ourselves. You feel me? But the easy route ain't the easy route. So the more feasible route, the best route, is always a mathematical approach. You know what I mean? So a lot of people are gonna miss out on even being able to weigh up yes or no.
Right.
Because they're not gonna even do the math or even ponder your math or even, you know what I'm saying? Understand or question or whatever the case may be. Like math is gonna give us like that should be our foundation, because none of us can go up. None of us can go up there and really check it out to stand on those kind of grounds. Like I'm standing on the moon, man. What are you talking about? You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
So since nobody has that, yeah, man, like math is gonna be the argument. And that's why I see how you ain't gonna get much fight in that regard. Even though, it's always questions that us flat earthers gonna ask that just can't or never, just can't be answered. When using even certain logistics. You feel me? Like have you ever heard of Earth being like logarithmic?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Like it's so much to this. You feel me? It really just seems like it's everything. You know what I mean? To the point that we ain't just dealing with a square, we ain't just dealing with a triangle. You know what I mean? It's so many levels to this that, just like we have Roy G. Biv and all that with the color spectrum and everything, it's like we probably have every color. I mean, every shape. I mean, you feel me?
Right.
Of course, we do with inside, certain sacred symbols or geometric symbols type of thing. But I'm saying as far as like, yeah, that's more so what it is. Matter of fact, what's that flower called? The flower of life?
The lotus.
Yeah, the flower of life with with every angle there is inside. Right. Yeah, matter of fact, yeah. When me and you last did a build, I put that on the little clip. What I'm saying is we'll look at that in a mundane way, but we don't see that it has every shape in it. You know what I mean?
Right.
So that's what we mean by something is deep, or in so many degrees and all that, because it's levels. You feel me? Not everybody's gonna see the big picture. You know what I'm saying? And not everybody's gonna see the small picture. You feel me?
Right.
It's so crazy how all of the ancients would have said that there's no such thing as absolutes. You feel me? And I ain't gonna lie, like ever since I ever ran into flat earth, my line of thinking was that we, how they say, yeah, guys, we are so powerful as a people mentally that whatever they can bend our minds towards is what the earth will be. You feel me? It's like we control that to a degree, I feel. You feel me? So it's
for sure.
If all our minds choose one or the other, then that's what it's gonna be. I ain't lying. The Like that's why it's so many things in one right now. That's what I'm saying. It's all of that in one because there's so many of us. You know, like none of us can say we have such an independent thought that is not a majority of. It's not. It's like it's not a large majority of people like you. You feel me? It's a large. Somewhere in the world, it's a large majority. Matter of fact, since I'm a flat earther, it's a large majority of people like me. You feel me? And you feel me? It's just like having two hemispheres of the brain. Like, come on, man. We got globe earthers. We got flat earthers. You feel me? And that's healthy. You feel me? That is so healthy because if everybody be's a flat earther, I'm gonna do what the fuck you doing. You hear me? For
right.
real. So I can always salute that. You feel me? Because I don't give a damn. Moorish community, any community there is, and I know it's a lot of intelligent Moors, and a lot of us stand on the back of our elders, so we trying to stand on their knowledge. But I check that shit too, because if everybody's saying this, I know the M in the word masses is silent. You feel me? The M in masses is silent. So when we dealing with groups of people like that, we know they ain't number asses. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't give a damn if it was all the Moors, anybody. I'm gonna question it. And if I can't shake that like it don't belong, then it's like a part of my foundation. You feel me? But man, I shake almost anything if just everybody agree. No, I gotta think twice. Like, hold on, I might be wrong. Hold on. I don't want everybody agreeing with me at one time. You feel me? I'm scared of that. I've never seen that shit. What the fuck going on? Everybody I see everybody agree with be wrong as hell. So yeah, man. It's always healthy. It's just as long as we doing it healthily. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Right.
There ain't got to be no anger with it. But I love how you causing a stir because people know you the only person they ain't beat you down yet. Like they like what you bringing and can't necessarily debunk you. And like it's almost like two swordsmen. Or it really is. I ain't gonna lie, you going against a lot of people. So you so good with your sword that you blocking all of these people. It's like all of y'all went through all this war for about an hour, and nobody hit nobody. You feel me? Because you so good with your sword, they good with their sword. You feel me? And they jumping you. You feel me? So it's like you got to be tight to walk out without getting cut. Anyways.
Well, I tell you what, he conceded twice. He conceded the first time on let me call my memory back. Because I was so stuck on the second one.
I think it was Philly, whenever y'all was on Philly show.
No. I'm talking about on this same stream. I had him concede and say, you know what, you won the debate. Let's move on.
Yeah, that was the last thing. I think for sure I know that I saw.
No, the second one he was saying, I agree with you. This shape right here,
this is
the shape of the earth right here. When I told him to look up that octa can't get the goddamn name out right now.
Yeah, octa hexa. What you said?
Yeah, when I had him to look that shape up, that's when he conceded on the second time. He said, you know what? I agree with you, the earth is shaped, because you know why? He think he can use that in this flat earth shit. Dog, do you know I showed you an 80-sided shape, 3-dimensional shape? You just looking at it from the top. That's it. You're looking at it from the top, but that's a 3-dimensional shape you're looking at. But he's going to try to take it and misappropriate it. Like I said, nigga, that is a hammer. That is not a paintbrush. You cannot paint with a hammer. And he's using the handle. Like, nigga, you grabbing it by the head and trying to use the handle. I think you can spread the paint better with the head of the motherfucking hammer than you can with the goddamn handle. But he's taking a tool, he's mishandling it and using it wrong. Like, God damn. And I seen dumb motherfuckers do that. I done seen people grab a screwdriver and use the butt of the screwdriver to knock in a object. I'm like, hold on. There's a hammer right there, dude. grab the hammer, but they grab the end of a screwdriver and trying to pound in a screw or some shit. Like, come on, y'all. Like, I done seen niggas. Like, I put it to you like this, right? There is the MacGyver, right? The MacGyver can take minuscule objects and make tools out of them. I understand that. Like your shade tree mechanic. They always using some shit like a 2x4, but
you know what they call it? They call it nigger rigging. They know who got that capable, that creativity.
Right. Considering the fact. But if you are afforded the tool to use, for instance, like it'd be hard sometimes for people to get the bolt off the calibrator. They got to heat the motherfucker up with a blowtorch, right? I done seen people take lighter fluid, nigga, and soak a towel in the lighter fluid and just had a towel up under the motherfucking thing to heat it up. They didn't have a blowtorch, but goddammit, they had to put heat on the motherfucking screw. So they came up with a makeshift thing. I understand the ingenuity in that. But if you got a motherfucking blowtorch and you still reaching for the gasoline tank and the motherfucking cloth, you are ass backwards now. Now you're ass backwards. I can see the ingenuity when you don't got the tool. But fuck if I didn't give you the tool. Now you taking a hammer and you're painting a wall with it, Sanchez. What the fuck is you doing? Stop doing that dumbass shit. And then to turn around and tell everybody, this is a paintbrush, everybody. No, it ain't. It's a hammer. No, fuck that. You can't make me see a hammer, but when I see a paintbrush, I'm like, okay, man. I start getting real frustrated with him. And that's at that, I think around about that point, I just cut myself short from him because the conversation was moot and going in a circle. I leave it up to Madon. Let Madon argue that religious shit with him. I swear to God, I try to stick to science. I was going to get to crystal building too, because I was trying to bring up the other fact that me and you had a bill. It was just so much shit going. I couldn't get nothing out. I wanted to illustrate to him that I had a talk with D. Calico about the flat earth. And one thing that we came to an agreement on is how crystals are formed. You can get flat edge crystals, but god damn it, it's going to be in a 3-dimensional motherfucking shape. And you can get obsidian crystals that are round and perfect. You can get volcanic crystals that are jagged, but they still shaped in a circle. Jagged as a motherfucker, but still shaped in a circle. I wanted to explain how that shit comes about, but it fell on deaf ears. And because of that, I can't explain polyhedrons. I can't explain polygons and I can't explain none of that shit to them. It falls on deaf ears. So if there was because I can meet the flat earther in the middle in terms of what their perception is. Once they get outside that motherfucker, it's going to change. As a matter of fact, even in the horizon, right? Given the fact that if the earth is flat, do you know the further you get away from shit, the perception tends to change. And because it's changing, a lot of people do not take that into account. They don't take that into account. Even with that, with the simplest observation, because that's what they're using, your perception is changing. And because of that, not try to, but you can. I mean, the ticket's probably expensive as a motherfucker, but you can go to outer space. The ticket's probably expensive and the training is tedious because they just not going to send you up to outer space without proper training. That's like just putting you in an airplane and telling you to fly the motherfucker. You flying in an airplane is different. And even in an airplane, Don't they have a tutorial before they take off? As simple as the instructions are, but they still want you prepared, meaning that even in that 5-minute tutorial, whether you know it or not, you've been trained. In case if the motherfucking airplane catch heavy turbulence, they're going to tell you to sit your head in between your motherfucking legs and grab the mask or whatever the fuck case may be that'll fall out and brace yourself. You understand? Or if you're experiencing some type of flight, goddamn anxiety, they tell you to grab the vomit bag, you understand me? Or do some type of shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm taking this out of Die Hard when he told him to ball his motherfucking feet up like a fist on a carpet. Maybe he'd get over his flight goddamn phobia. But the point I'm making is this. You can fly to outer space, but it's going to take some training. But anybody can go. It's going to cost a lot of money. But anybody can go. There's plenty motherfuckers out there, not plenty, but it's a few people out there offering space travel. You just got to have to pay a lot of money and go through the training. And there you go. Now you can go and see what the fuck everybody else is talking about without even going. Without even going. Everybody else is talking about it. And that's the shit that kills me when they say, no, that shit fake. That shit CGI. NASA is lying. But the motherfucker pulled out a document from NASA to try to prove his point, dog. That is not only that you cherry picking, but that is a super red herring in argument or in debate. That's one of the that's a pet peeve no right there. If you try to discredit a place, why in the fuck would you use them to try to prove your point? That makes you look stupid. Now people are going to say, damn, what we do supposed to believe in NASA? So, nigga, you got to find more meat than just that in NASA, because if that's the only meat that NASA is giving out, then that is not even meat. That's not meat. Because I'll be goddamn if you can't find other meat on your so-called bone. Because if that was the only thing that you was able to get off the bone, dog, that ain't even no meat for nobody to eat off of. Yet alone you, Sanchez. But he tried to pull that document up. The shit looked like it was fake, forged, and everything. And the moment that I brought up some key points about that motherfucker, hold on for a hot second. I brought up these key factors, right? I said, what file does it come from in terms of NASA? Where did it come from out of NASA's files? We've seen a name. We seen it came from NASA, but out of what file? What airplane or aircraft that they were talking about? And then number two, I seen on the bottom of the motherfucker that the document was for sale. NASA don't sell documents. That's like the IRS would tell you that we don't send letters in the mail or some shit. They say we don't do something to get in contact with you. You would know when the IRS is contacting you. But any other ways, when you see these fake ass numbers coming through, you know, the spam numbers or some fake ass mail, the IRS will tell you that that shit is fake. I need that motherfucker to tell me why in the bottom of that motherfucker said for sale. And then here's the kicker about it. The motherfucker was wrote in 1986. When did people discover flight? When did the Wright brothers discover flight? In 1986, nigga? Are you kidding me? So it took 100 motherfucking years of flight for us to realize that, oh, no, we on a flat surface that don't move. It took you 100 years to figure that out? And y'all been flying hold on. They say they've been flying before the Wright brothers in these air blimps or whatever the fuck they call them, the airships. So they've been flying because I think the Wright brothers was the first winged aircraft, the first one with wings. Those hydrogen airships, that wasn't really flying, that was floating. It was
hey, I ain't gonna lie, like when you're dealing with the ancient world, are we anywhere near them? Like as far as not even in the, I mean, I know we can't say we intellectually equivalent or greater than with the ancient. We think we are. I mean, because maybe we might think we are because we're doing it the Caucasian way, which is so complex. You feel me? Like we do everything in the most simplest form. Like our ancestors were doing complex, the most complex math with a couple rocks and some sticks. You feel me? They didn't have a quarry of rocks. You feel me? Mm-hmm. They just literally had a couple rocks and some sticks and could do complex math the same way. If they teach us, there's so many ways you can do big math in the most simplest fashion. You know what I'm saying? It'll scare you. You know what I mean? And you be like, damn, why didn't you teach me that my whole life?
No, they did. The simple route of teaching will lead you into what they call a pedagogy of complexity. And a pedagogy is a way of learning.
So it forced you to find a better way.
And more complex.
I mean, I did, but I got punished for that. See, you know what I'm saying? Like I've had teachers tell me on the biggest test of the school year, they'll be like, I'm gonna have to mark all of that wrong because you didn't use the rough draft paper, like in math and stuff. I'm like, yeah, you're supposed to show how you got every answer, and you're supposed to do the formula this way. I'm like, I don't do that. I'm doing it in my head, and when I get a large number, I'll write that down, and then I'll add that and do that, and that's it. I'm not gonna do all of that on the paper. That's dumb to me.
That their teaching style was your way of learning was going against their way of teaching style. So that's the reason why they were biting back, but the answer is going to come out to be the same, period. If it's dealing with pure mathematics, because Chinese got a highly complex way of doing their math, but to them that's shit simple as a motherfucker, like super simple. But to us, it would be complex, especially if we try to deal with that Chinese bead calculator. That I used to know how to work one of them motherfuckers. I don't know how to do it now. I got to brush up on it. But those beads, them calculating beads.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
But you can figure out the most complex motherfucking mathematical problems. But the way you work it is simple, because it ain't nothing but fractions. Because you got beads on top and beads on bottom, and you just you move the beads according to whatever number that is correlating to it, and then it will show the answer in the beads. You got to know how to do this shit, but the Chinese consider that to be simple, but here in America, that's complex as a motherfucker. So it's cultural. That's number one. It's cultural, and then once the human being do learn it, they do turn it complex. Because right now in schools, long division is old. They don't do long division no more in school. They don't even write out reciprocals and fractions anymore. So all that shit to learn how to like add and subtract fractions and whole numbers, all that shit is gone, but they still doing it. It's in a complex form. So hey, I know. Oh, go ahead.
I would say you want to share this. Like this is gonna show them exactly type of stuff I'm talking about. Like you can't beat this. You're gonna have to add this to your repertoire, or anybody will be a fool not to add this to their repertoire.
Oh yeah, I'm sharing it. Go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, I know about this math. I know about this. That's the Chinese way of math. You know that, right?
Right. That's you say you go dumb. That's what we like.
Should be. You feel me? You write just like Roman numerals, how we used to do with the 3 lines. You write the 3 and then you multiply it.
Right, and you count the integral spots or the correctional spots.
You go dumb, that's what we like.
That wasn't easy in the way we was taught, man. Come on. Like, that's so simple and, man, come on. Too easy. But these motherfuckers want us to go the long way.
Yeah, because we got to learn their fonts. That's the reason why they teach us the way they do. Those sticks are universal. That's the same thing as digicode, what I've been trying to teach for the last fucking 6 months. But what they teaching is within a stick. And what they do is count the intervals. It's still the digit code.
Yeah.
So when they teach this way of math, that is a simple way of doing it. But what we ain't learning is the font, because the 3 lines is universal. The font isn't. Like the number 3 that we see in that font. In China, they don't write their 3s like that. Or go to India, they don't write a 3 like that. So the simple way is doing is drawing 3 sticks. That's universal. Right? And then the 1 stick, and then the 2 sticks, and then the 3 sticks that's going across. I don't know if you caught my I chain hexagram, but they teach you in that how to do this kind of math. But that is dealing with philosophy, but it's still dealing with math. But this right here is another form of Chinese math. Not only that they got the B calculator, but they do it simple like that. But when you're dealing with fonts, right? When you're dealing with fonts, that's the way America teaches you. They don't teach you the digit way. It's like they feel like once you go through school and learn how to count 1 through 10 or 0 through 10, they feel like that you have mastered the base 10, which is the digit. Then they try to teach you their fonts. Once you start learning their fonts, everything from that point become long, like you was just explaining. It becomes long math because it ain't that what you learning. What he's drawing a grid with those intersectional intercepting points.
Yep, that's like masonry is what that's the masonry in math, or that's the math in masonry.
Right. The fonts that we see, that the way they teach the fonts, you understand what I'm saying? That's how we learn here in America, is through the font of the numbers that's on top.
Oh, yeah, that's exactly what you're saying. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the fonts.
Yeah, we don't learn the grid because I just went through those. Those are staffs that he's drawing. Those are staffs. In music, that's what you would call a staff or a staff. But in that, you will still get the mathematical principles that you need in order to accomplish anything. Now, again, you can write grid. You can do a grid like this. Trust me, Calico, I done illustrated this shit on my past streams on how to do gridding, because that's all the thing that's what this doing is gridding. That's it.
Exactly.
So, yeah, if you take this math,
I'm gonna say when you do stuff like this, see, this is the job of a general contractor and all those kind of guys who really drawing up the blueprints. They know exactly how many screws they're gonna need for the entire job.
Right.
You feel me? Like all of that kind of stuff is already counted. Not necessarily accounted for, but counted for. You feel me?
Right.
That's micromanaging. That's already creating before you physically, do the labor.
Yeah.
If anybody can do that, can actually do the whole damn job if they, if they see fit, if they choose to. But in this world, nobody has to do both. Nobody has to have brain and brawn. You feel me? It's just like one or the other, pinky or the brain.
Right. Right. So shit, yeah, it was a eventful day to say the least, because I was doing my stream. I was doing the part 2 on the music, and then what I was showing in the music is where the Ennead is at, where the muse is at in terms of Egyptian and Greek philosophy. And of course, it's coming from the Agda. You know, I'm going to always talk about that. But I was showing the 4 and the 5, the 9, and I also illustrated that in the chessboard where the 4 and the 5 is in the middle of the chessboard, drawing a cross, and it's giving you 7 notes, 7 perfect notes. But it's composed or in a composite of 4, because when you're doing music, everything in counting or composing the music is 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. So when I was showing in the chessboard with 4 and 5, and where 4 and 5 is at in the staff when you're doing your notes and you indicating pitching, is 5 lines and 4 slots. 5 lines and 4 slots. Again, we're dealing with numbers. In the chessboard, in the middle of the chessboard, that's your 4 and your 5. That's your 4 and your 5. Now, of course, we know in music it goes A, B, C, D, E, F, G, right? In chess, it does go A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Goes up to H because they got 8 pieces. But when you do your proper math, when you got a symmetry in it, it goes 6, 9, and 3. 1, 2, and 3 equals 6. 4 and 5 equals 9. 6, 7, 8 equals 21. 21, of course, equals 3. When you go in the middle where your 9 is at, your 9 has 28 squares from the left to the right to the up to the down. When you count those squares in the middle of the chessboard, those are 28 squares left. 28, 7, and 4 is your God body. 7 perfect squares that are in that middle. And when you playing chess, the most important part of the board is in the middle of the board, period. So what I was showing in when they was doing chess, and plus in the perfect matrix box, I show where all of this is tying in terms of how music moving us. And as I was in the middle of that, I seen clickbait. He gave clickbait because I was arguing with him. What was that? The day before yesterday, I put him in a bad spot. He was trying to do a campaign yesterday, trying to clean it up. Now he's on this shit today in terms of trying to clickbait in terms of round earth versus flat earth, because I've been calling that shit out on OG Philly channel. Remember, he tried to put me on the spot by saying, why don't you argue that shit with Sanchez? I don't argue flat earth. Then I try to argue with Sanchez. He ran for the last couple of days. So it's like the Pacquiao Mayweather. You know, Mayweather was running from Pacquiao. But with that being said,
yeah, he waited till you were old enough.
Exactly.
I ain't gonna lie. I think that's the same thing. I think that's why I think Terrence Crawford got a huge chance of losing versus Errol Spence, because he might be over the hill, man. And Errol Spence breaking bones, man. He putting guys. Ain't nobody even having a fight after Errol Spence. After Errol Spence, they don't fight no more. Like Sean Porter and Mikey Garcia, they tried it and they both retired after the fight after Errol Spence. And they both took like 2 and 3 years to fight again. Sean Porter act like he got in a car accident. Because I swear Errol was back in the ring before him. You know what I mean?
So you see the dilemma. You see the dilemma. Yeah, that's how I feel, man. It's like he dodged me for the last couple of days, and now here I am, kind of wore out, trying to argue with the motherfucker, arguing with everybody else except him. So now it comes down to the fight with me and him, and I'm exhausted. So he felt like he won because I sound redundant. You know what I'm saying? I already repeat this shit on Philly's channel. I already repeat this shit on Red Square channel. So God damn it, I'm exhausted now. when I was trying to fight you the first fucking time, why you didn't fight me? I was fresh. You understand? On my game, on my P's and Q's, and you dodged me. So now here you go, you want to fight me, and the fucking crowd is slated. You got fucking judges on your side. And now, not only that, but you concede twice. I don't know. It's like he's saying that, yeah, he hit me hard, but he didn't knock me out, though. That's what the nigga was saying when he was like, yeah, I agree, that, but. So it was like, yeah, I was hitting the nigga hard, staggering him, probably even knocked his ass on the mat. But he got up before that 8 count, and he made it look like that I wasn't hurting him, but he hurt.
See, no matter how much Sanchez, like, you know, I'm looking at him both ways. No matter how much Sanchez might be wrong, you know, he's clever. And no matter how much you might be wrong, you intelligent. So that kind of scares them. So it's like, because it's like, damn, this guy's really probably smarter than me. That's how they're looking at it. So that's just a threat. You feel me? So it's like, damn, I'm hitting him with my normal bangers, but this guy got a chin and he got a hell of and he got the brain. You feel me? So it's like, then you fighting this person with a high IQ that got a chin, that makes for a dangerous fight. You know what I'm saying? Because you probably, it's like Mayweather. You know what I'm saying? Pretty much. But I don't know how much of a chin he has. He's just so elusive that we'll never find out. You know what I mean? You know, but yeah, man. Like, everybody can stand to be wrong, but can they prove the person wrong? People not, you know, people ain't really putting that nail in that coffin.
That right there comes through what they call the Socrates method, with a whole lot of questioning. And that's one thing I was not doing. I was not coming to him with questions. He was trying to question the shit out of me. And I won't let that go. Because, you know, that is a bad, that is a mispart and a faux part in debating. When you keep asking questions to try to prove a person wrong, yeah, that in itself is a terrible way to try to prove a point. And what I was doing, I was not asking that dude not one motherfucking question. I was just telling him simple shapes. I was trying to give him the idea in which 3 dimensions are in existence and what shapes take place in 3 dimensions. Because if we was in a 2-dimensional, we looking at a triangle, a square, and a circle. But since we 3-dimensional, we look at pyramids, cubes, and spheres. I said, I would love to explain what the sphere is. No, brother, you ain't proving the shape of the earth. And some other shit he was saying, I'm like, ain't this a bitch? Like, what's up, Mental Ninja?
What's good with y'all niggas?
Oh, shit. I see you got your audio straight.
No, it was, like, I don't know what. Sometimes, like, in my apartment where it's situated, like, when I try to get on StreamYard, my fucking Wi-Fi to be acting weird. It start flashing my phone and shit.
Oh, okay.
It happens every once in a while. Shit,
I don't know if you seen that. Shit, it was a fiasco. Again, he clickbaited. I went up there. I even ended my stream early just to go up there to show motherfuckers he's a pussy. And the moment I get up there, he shows that he's a pussy. So
yeah,
now I'm here.
Yeah, that nigga, bro, to be honest, motherfuckers that haven't really been exposed to any kind of intellectual dialogues and shit, this is what they think it is. They come on YouTube, they go to Bro Sanchez shit, and this is what they think intellectuality is. Come up if you have smoke. You ever heard a college say that? You ever heard a professor say when he teaches a class, come up if you guys smoke? All that weird ass shit. And that's what niggas think it is. And what it is, dog, I'm gonna tell you the truth. This nigga is using some of the fucking worst parts of our American culture as black people to run his show. Showing the same, like, nigga, I get it. NASA has been showing the same CGI photos for fucking 50 years. Bro Sanchez has been showing the same CGI photos for what, 5 years? It's still CGI photos, the same fucking picture over and over and over and over and over again. That's what indoctrination is. You show the same shit over and over and over and over again, and you don't allow a wide spectrum of debate. And then you got motherfuckers like, what's the nigga name? OG Philly, the little pit bull nigga and shit, talking about, oh, I drink smoothies, I'm healthy, nigga. You have a fucking pot belly. You Homer Simpson built motherfucker, bro. You are not healthy. You talk that shit. Matter of fact, too much time on YouTube and not enough time with the family is hella unhealthy and shit. And what it is that motherfuckers really believe that it's all about arguing, getting angry and arguing and being the winner.
Right. And for the most part, mental, like when I hear totally misleading information, that's the only time that I want to fucking interrupt. Other than that, I let him say some shit to the where he hit the goddamn dartboard. Because for the most time, he misses the dartboard. But I will wait till he hit it, and then I will collaborate with him. But if the motherfucker is just totally misappropriating, like we got a line, like you got to be what? I think it's like 5 feet to 6 feet away from the motherfucking dartboard. He will cross the line. He will walk up like 2 feet away from the dartboard and then try to throw it like, dog, at least step back here. We giving you more darts than usual, number one. So at least follow a rule. You don't have to follow all of them, but follow a rule, motherfucker. Make it fair. It's going to be uncool, but make it fair. This nigga don't make it fair, and he do not make it cool. So that shit in itself, he will find himself always in conundrums where he can't prove shit. It's all conjecture. And when a person is challenging him, he gets personal with it. He gets highly upset, and it becomes straight and homonyms from that point.
Hey,
oh, go ahead.
Hey, check this out. Like, this nigga, like, he has a fucking YouTube show, a YouTube channel. You know what I'm saying? So he's making money off this shit. So he wants to keep that shit in a way that he's able to make money with, and he's going to go what he thinks works, which is the same shit. It's a repetitive situation. Like, you see car commercials run with the same programming every time. Might be a different car, but it's going to be still the same fucking car commercial in style, in narrative and shit. A car commercial. Now, what this nigga do, and this is the fucking weird part about it, is for all the people who are against indoctrination, they don't mind being indoctrinated by Bro Sanchez, Scamchez, whatever the fuck his name is. He's a fucking Mexican. I don't fucking care. I don't fucking know. You know what I'm saying? And like, I'm pretty sure that it's nothing really against the people that tune into his show or to his, I'm gonna call it a show, because that's what the fuck it really is, that tune into his show. They're not gonna be like, no, Bro Sanchez, that's wrong. No, Bro Sanchez, I think that you're mistaken on that point. They're 9 times out of 10 they're going to agree. Philly OG, I agree with you fully, my brother. Every fucking other sentence. I don't think Philly's ever gone against Bro Sanchez. All I'm saying is you still got people believing in that book. Like, all right, I get it, bro. And so this is the fucking real thing, is that you don't really see. I don't know. Maybe it's happened, maybe it hasn't. I don't know. But why is this nigga stuck on YouTube? Why isn't the intellectual community, a scientific community around the world reaching out to Bro Sanchez like, hey, come on, we want to have a talk. We want to have you on a live show, whatever, on public TV or at a conference and shit. We want you to be a speaker on this motherfucker. And you know why? Because if they do, that nigga turn it down because he can't do shit without a fucking picture, without a Google image search. That nigga can't kick it off the top of their head and shit. And so what people don't realize is that it's this new indoctrination. At some point, sometimes I'll be wondering if this nigga shit ain't ran by the government so he can make money. It's supporting a certain narrative. And it's a really limited spectrum of thought in that narrative.
Hey, you know what, Mental? I am almost coming to that motherfucking conclusion. Like I know arbitrary behavior, right? Those are dry snitching ass niggas, right? Versus a motherfucker who is actually recruited to do the shit. Their behaviors is totally different. And I'm coming to find out that this nigga shit is not arbitrary. This nigga has a purpose behind his shit.
And like the thing too with the flat earth, there's always been one, it hasn't always been there, but it did arise after maybe maybe like 2 years, a year and a half, whatever. I started thinking like, well, damn, especially with bro Sanchez channel and shit, I'm like, what images? We don't really have too much visual proof outside of some scientific phenomena that we can, record or discuss, level of water, the idea behind gravity and shit, stuff like that. Distances and stuff, the curvature being there, not being there. But outside of that, bro, it's almost the same level of fucking proof that we have for the globe Earth, which really isn't that much. It really just is mostly historically regurgitated information that we accept to be true because we believe that the authorities will not lie to us. And a lot of times I think like this with the whole flat Earth thing, what if that was a fucking government push too? Just to fuck get motherfucker. I mean, because a lot of shit started getting really weird in about 2015, or was it 2016 and shit with the whole flat Earth idea. It started catching a lot of fucking traction and shit. And now we have these communities, with all the flat Earth shit. And sometimes I wonder that if it's not the government itself that set this fucking whole ball rolling, and it's neither round or flat or whatever. It's just the whole point is to get motherfuckers to argue and shit, and get motherfuckers who might do research about shit to call the government out to be shilled and look like fucking crazies.
It's to start that kumbaya type of shit, so that we form some fucking brotherhood with people that might definitely be, against how we believe. Like, I might not want to get a jab, and these people are like, hold on, come on, guy, you can't be over here without that, man. You know how we are, man. We all got the jab. I don't give a fuck flat Earth then. How about that? Whatever the case may be, like, because it's not, important enough to form any kind of brotherhood. What I'm saying?
That would be the thing with me, right? There's one thing to argue flat Earth, round Earth. That is a science in terms of where it's neither here or there. It's like arguing if the water is wet or dry, just to say the least, right? Because you can get dry water. You can't. And with that being said, it's arguing that it's about what the fuck we gonna do with the information in terms of ingenuity. Now, if your flat Earth can teach me how to conquer a landmass, I'm all for it. But if it can't teach me how to conquer a landmass, I think we got to go with another alternative. Now, people who say that the Earth is round, to say the least, right? They'll come up with information to try to do some shit. It can be in question. It can be shot down. All that shit. Same shit. But this is where we at right now in terms of conversation, right? Us trying to get a better understanding on the fact that how shit operate and why we in a mess, or even if we ain't in a mess. Where is the flat Earth, round Earth shit coming in at in terms of solving problems? Because I try to stay away from that. But if it's what you were saying, mental ninja, if it's something to keep the people distracted, because I don't come on my streams with the idea, round Earth versus flat Earth, let's go. But when I think that people are being misled with this flat Earth concept, that's when I come in. I said, okay, y'all, let's use like simple geometry here. When shit is being built, y'all know it's three-dimensional, right? Y'all know y'all ain't building a two-dimensional thing. And when I be trying to tell people that this is where the so-called globalist bullshit would come in and they're discredit. I'm telling you, I can give them a blueprint on how to build a gun. I'm talking about from scratch. They would dismiss that whole motherfucking blueprint because they'll say, oh, you a globalist. It won't work. Blah, 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 skippy woo woo. And that shit, that's what irks me. Because Sanchez don't give tools that work. Nobody can take what Sanchez said and make that shit go to work.
Well, I'll say this, right? It's like for me, the whole flat earth thing, what it did for me, bro, is it really allowed me to set aside everything I know, everything I knew, and here's something new. Even if it didn't make sense at first, I listened to the arguments, I listened to the data, I listened or watched or whatever. I observed the scientific proofs and facts, the alleged scientific proofs and facts, and a lot of them made a lot of sense. Some of them didn't make sense. And what I was left with basically is like both globe and flat earth, they both have inconsistencies. I'm gonna say it just like that. Motherfucker be like, they only hear, well, you said flat earth had inconsistencies, the globalist. And I said, I think both platforms have inconsistencies and shit. I think that the only thing that can really visually be shown with the North Star is that we're, whatever this is, if it's flat, if it's round, if it's a square, we're in the center of all the shit going on around us. That's one proof that I can, because I can't calculate from another planet or whatever, but I believe that is more, I'm more of a geocentrist, and it could be round, it could be flat, it doesn't really matter, because by the motion of all the stars or anything in the horizon, in the sky, it's all circling around this one point. And that cancels out every other gravitational rotation or circumambulation of the sun around the universe and and the moon around, all that shit gets thrown into disarray. But this is the thing. It taught me to look out at things from outside the box, and not to be, oh, well, I'm looking at outside the box. This is the end all be all. I can look at things outside the box, and I can look outside the box, outside of that box, and outside of that box, then go within and do the same thing in reflection and shit. But with Sanchez, he doesn't. I mean, honestly, you don't want people going too far away from coming back to your show and tuning in. So you got to keep that shit really fucking limited in debate.
Yeah, you do. But this is what Sanchez would do, right? Versus any other flat earther that I done argue with, even with Sir Drop, and he's the man, that dude right there. But nonetheless, I never seen you, and I had a discussion with DeCalico. I even had a discussion with motherfucking Vegan Warrior. I don't know if y'all remember him, but he came up to my panel. I done had discussions with him where they did not take the flat earth and turn it into Fred and Wilma and what's the other fucking
Barney Rubble?
No, fucking Scooby-Doo. What's the name of them characters? Fred, ain't Fred one of them? Thelma, some shit like that.
The Shaggy or whatever.
It didn't turn into that shit where now it's a mystery and a fucking boogeyman is really fucking a celebrity and shit, and the Globetrotters and shit fit come popping out of the goddamn door. This is the way they explain fucking flat earth. When Sanchez explains it, that's how that shit sounds. And then you got people regurgitating that shit, and that shit is dangerous.
I'll tell you this, there's one person that I think is really good at explaining the flat earth or the idea behind it. That's Marty Leeds. Marty Leeds is the best. And this nigga is actually invited to conferences, flat earth convention. Bro Sanchez, they probably do invite the nigga, he probably be turning it down because I don't think he's able to do what he does in that forum. Now, Marty Leeds, I don't know if anybody's ever heard of him. He's transitioned because he's a Christian too. He's a Gnostic Christian, which is a Gnostic basically. And he's transitioned his platform from only gematria, and he's written a series of books and shit. Fucking bro Sanchez got beats. this nigga got beats, nigga. I mean, I got beats, nigga. I can download the app right now and make beats and shit. But there's certain individuals like Eric Dubai, even though he's kind of fucking like obscure, he's kind of the fucking co-author of all of this flat earth shit. He has books. He has other content that he does.
Yeah.
But bro Sanchez, bro, is like really. And another thing too is the way that nigga talk, bro. He really does not sound intelligent to me. I'm not saying it's his Southern accent, but it's like the way he tries to fucking twist words to make him a word that is not. Umbrella. That nigga be doing that shit. This nigga gonna change the vowels, nigga, and then go back to etymology and shit.
Big time, big time.
Yeah, I get you. The nigga be like, well, how the nigga talking? It's not right. I can't even do this shit because it gets on my nerves, bro. But I'm gonna say this: like his show is not about intellectual curiosity. It's just about the Bro Sanchez show. That's exactly what it is, and motherfuckers don't get it. They think this is how you do things. All you do is you get a channel, you bring people up, you argue, and as long as you're a channel holder, you can't be defeated.
Exactly. That's a nail on a motherfucking head right there. That's exactly it. They start the fucking panels just to argue. And like you said, the channel holder is never fucking wrong. Wow. That's a nail on the head. Because I done seen this shit. That's the reason why, like, I don't know if I'm people's divine inspiration or what, nigga. Like, I don't know, man. I'm tooting my horn here. I'm being very arrogant right now, so don't mind that. But I see a lot of motherfuckers trying to take off with their streams. I never seen motherfuckers ever go as live as much as I seen motherfuckers go live. And I'm saying to myself, these niggas was on hiatus until Didact started putting out this content, getting the niggas ass about what the fuck they putting out. And then the reaction quotes that I have, you know, it ain't garbage. I'm not, you know, showing Sanchez with his cut off fingers and shit and making memes about him. No, I'm just attacking his information. And for the people who do watch, you know what I'm saying? They are looking at it different. And like I said, I'm tooting my horn here. I would like to think that I'm the one that's causing the motherfucking chaos. And it's a difference between chaos and confusion, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not causing confusion. I'm causing chaos. And with that, you got Bobby looking at Sanchez differently. You got so-called, now they trying to look at Loyal in a different light and police and all this shit after I did a double exposure on fucking Drop. I don't know how Drop is still surviving. Drop said out of his own fucking mouth, I wouldn't mind being a paid agent.
Yeah, I mean, as far as Sir Drop, I honestly, I think he's an awesome dude, bro. I fuck that. That's like one of the niggas that I would look up as a big homie back when I was a younger kid and shit. Even though he's like 5 or 6 years older than me and shit. And we have a mutual friend, my homie, Big Interstate Fats and shit. And Drop was like, yeah, I know that. I used to bow that nigga, hang out with him, and do all kind of shit. I'm like, oh, for real? I know Fats. He's not the type of nigga to hang out with a nigga that's on some other shit. I know that for a fact. Eventually, the niggas in feds getting with a fucking rest of his life hanging over his head. But
hey, know the best has been infiltrated. You know that, right?
Yeah, but I don't think. I mean, I don't think that it was like Sir Drop. That I mean, I don't believe that it was Sir Drop. What they were doing goes beyond the level of normal fucking jail shit. We're talking about one of the biggest dark web fucking pill rings in the history of America and shit. But look, so check this out, right? And it's not really about like I can appreciate somebody think a motherfucker cool. It doesn't matter what their beliefs or what their arguments are about, debatable subjects. But if you notice one thing, most times when I come on panels and people get fucking pissed off at me, it's because I start asking too many questions. I ask a lot of questions. And what I'm doing is they'll make a statement and I'll ask them a question about their statement or their claim, and they'll get really upset because of people like Bro Sanchez. They're assuming that if they make a claim, nobody's going to challenge it or question it or speculate or want to have more conversation on that. And really, when you ask them questions, we're using the Socratic method, a lot of people get so frustrated because the questioning is always meant for the Socratic method. And the whole purpose of it is to get motherfuckers to say, you know what, I really don't know. There's no authority. The only authority is questioning and shit. And then when you get to the point, like, you know what, I really don't know, but I want to know. And a lot of people don't. Like, they just want to be like these motherfuckers, these undebatable. And Sanchez, bro, I think he's a really good researcher to a degree. But the thing he fails altogether is he's just a fallacious motherfucker, bro. He uses every tool of research in the way it's supposed to be used. But then there's an illogical aspect to his conversation. There's an invalid aspect to how he presents his research and doesn't allow for open retort. And then there's a non-cogent, uncogent way of his presentation and shit. And he uses fallacies of ad hominem circumstantial, ad hominem abusive, appeal to emotion, appeal to authority, appeal to a common belief and shit. And what we have here is literally a junior religious cult called non-NASA. It's the same shit as the NASA followers. The flat earthers are no different than globe earthers. They just have a different model. They argue, they get angry, they have the same level of provability, and none of them know. And they don't want to admit that shit.
No.
Hey, Dad, remember earlier I ain't quite finished when I was saying that we got to give the ancestors the big credit, the real ancients, right? Because obviously, if they could build much greater than we can, you feel me? If they had, all kind of stuff that we just cannot explain or just not starting to figure out. I mean, wouldn't it be simple for the ancients to, do some form of flight? Like if they could do what they did with rock, could they not do what they wanted with rubber? Like the old makes all called the rubber people. I'm just saying all kind of stuff, like whatever the case may be. What limits do you think the ancients really had, and they were more stopped than us when it comes to this stuff?
Believe that. Manly Hall says something about the people that we thought, the things that we think are aliens or extraterrestrials. Maybe they were just an advanced ancient society, civilization that are damn near like they might as well be aliens because the way they lived, their ways and actions, their culture, the way they thought, the way they perceived the world. It almost seems like we can say they were on a level of technology that surpassed everybody, but one can also beg the difference, say it looks like we're on a fucking a downcline. Like they're starting to degrade, the degrading of the personality, the degrading of the mental processes and shit. And we use these technologies to like as a crutch, like whatever they were doing before. Like, and another thing too, like we think that we're 3-dimensional beings. Like we see in 2D, really. We only see in 2 points, here and there. We only move in 2 points, forwards and backwards, or left and right. We can stand up, we can sit down, but that's still 2 points. We can't fly without uses of other things. So we don't have automatic access to the 3rd dimension, which will be called flight, the 3rd point of the pyramid, which would be the top. We can navigate at will between any of them without unassisted. Now, I don't think people really realize that, but then there's other ways around that we can go into 3D and 4D and 5D, and that's through the mental plane and through the numerical plane. But that's further shit that goes past like globe earth and flat earth and the Torres field. I mean the Torres Sanchez, the Torres field.
No, actually, Mental Ninja, here's the pushback on that. When you say that, you ain't talking about what's in between. And I know you know about divination. I know you know about the I Ching hexagram, the Taoist or the Taoist, right? This is old ancient Egyptian concepts that Egypt have given. Now, what D. Calico was talking about, it was a great rise and a great fall. And in that, where we at today is a reintroduction to a great rise, but we are environmentally we not friendly to the environment. But I will say this, and you cannot deny it. You can't deny it. During a lot of Renaissance, right? Y'all have introduced science back to the world that was not ready for the shit. All right. And with that, this is where we are today in 2022. So if we have digressed in our technology, which I don't think we did, I think we digressed in being environmentally friendly. But as far as technology is concerned, I think that we are taking dramatic steps in terms of that. But if there was a reintroduction to what we did know, right? A lot of the science was hidden and put away. And then motherfuckers was teaching the world how to Work with gunpowder.
Here you go, man. You always getting on my moors now, and I like what you're saying. Though. You on point. You on point. I feel what you're saying.
But with that being,
I can agree with that. I mean, I didn't have to.
but far as the what the fuck you say, mental? Damn, that's the tip of my tongue.
The decline?
No, not the decline. The
dimensions.
Yeah, the dimensions. There you go. But what people do not account for is what's in between. Yeah, there's up and down, but you in between. The Taoists and the Taoists, all they teach this. One of my signs that I already knew with the 3 squares, because I got that from the Ogdoad. The Chinese philosophy and their mysticism got the same thing. And then they switched it to the dot. That's the reason why mine has, I took that from the Taoists, but that is a Ogdoad concept, but it's universal. It can be applied everywhere. But the concept in itself is a universal one. And what they really talk about is what's in between, because we always talk about what's above and what's below, but we never talk what's in between. And that is your 3 dimension. So when you, when you say, when you saying that we go up and we go down, but we also place ourselves in the middle where when you do go up and down, I forgot what, it's a game that does this, right? They got 2 lines, one that goes vertical, one that goes horizontal. And when them lines move up and down, the horizontal moves up and down, and the vertical moves side to side, you see that point will go in a diagonal. You see how you got, excuse me?
Yeah, another thing too, because I was thinking about when you were talking about, when you said the what's in between us, right? And that's right and exact. You know, if you want to look at forward and back, well, what constitute the division? What changes forward into back and back into forward, left into right and right into left, which is the point in the middle, and that goes into all kind of fucking esoterics and occult, and actually applies science of the circle and the dot, or we call the monad. Right. And if we are in the center, then not only are we in one dimension by being in the center, we are at that point. What's the best way? Altruistically, we are connected to every other point going 360 degrees around us and stuff. And another thing about the 3 dimension, is the 1 dimension is the individual. The 2nd dimension is the other individual. When these 2 individuals meet and combine, which should be male and female, then the 3rd point is created, which is the child. And there you have A squared plus B squared equaling C squared. And you also have father, mother, daughter, or son, child, sun, moon, earth. And you have this divine trinity that's actually applied outside like this holy book scripture of Jesus and shit.
Right.
Hey, one thing I always said, even, you know, since the beginning of wrestling with this kind of thought about 8 years ago, I'm like, one thing about a spinning object, if it's truly spinning, if you're talking about a spinning object, you can't tell what the shape is. You feel me? Like, there's not an object as far as whatever shape we want to choose is, because, you know, for one, it's supposed to be tilted and all that kind of stuff. So even if it was a triangle and you putting it at a certain wobbling angle and it's spinning around, you wouldn't know the shape of that until whatever it is stops. You feel me?
Well, yeah, the motion would be cyclic, and that would be a circle, a complete rotation. It's still a square can do a complete rotation and still be a square. Same with a triangle, same with every other shape. You know what I'm saying? And it's not the points of the dimensions of the shape, it's the circumference that shape travels in a rotational in circumambulation, which would be defined as the sphere or the circle or the snake that eats its own tail. You know, and like there's certain things too, like that always kind of baffle my mind when it comes to the globule nature of the earth. Is it the sky that makes the earth a circle, a ball?
Yes.
Because Or is it the ground? Because the ground is definitely uneven, so it can't even be a flat earth. And I think that's one of the worst terms to use. That's why I personally call myself a geocentrist. When I say flat, I know what flat means. I know exactly that there's no rise, there's no fucking drops. It's an even level. You know what I'm saying?
Do we have to say
obviously it's not flat. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying that's just like saying all of the variations of a circle. It's not necessarily a ball just because it's a circle. So what I'm saying is, just because it's flat doesn't mean it's perfectly flat. Like we already know when we're dealing with land. That's why I say, look at the name of Earth. It's called a glob. It's literally called a glob. NASA calls it a glob. You feel me? So it's globular. So that means it's just a fucking glob. It has no form of shape, truly. You feel me? And
you know what, D Calico, I will go with that. That is true because water in itself is free flowing, right? And in that water being free flowing, it's able to take on various shapes that we would consider to be so, right? But when it's in its, I'm just talking geometrics now.
Yep.
In geometrics,
it's the only thing that matters, really.
The most efficient geometrical shape it would take is a sphere. It would take in a form of that type of circle.
It can water, right?
Yeah, it can wobble. It can do all kind. It can probably even form an edge. You know what I mean? Because we do got land masses that have edges on it. And I'll be trying to talk about that in the crystal building. But water can probably even take on the form of an edge. It depends on the force in which it's working with. If it's enough wind, because if you look at a tidal wave, some of them have edges. The real bigger ones, they have edges and walls. You gotta like literally climb up the motherfucker. If you're on a ship, you gotta literally climb that motherfucker like a wall, and it can go vertical. It can actually send you backwards. You understand what I'm saying? This is what water is doing.
The top of the is called the crest, and the bottom is called the trough. And both of these things is really what makes a wave. And I think like to be like more, not say more or less, but to add a little, to just add on. I think probably one of the best ways to interpret the shape of the earth, we probably would say it is in motion. And that doesn't say it's around, it's because it's all kind of things happening. Like I can't see the actual curve by me sitting on it or me walking around it. And like what's the saying? Just walking around your neighborhood doesn't mean it's a ball, which yeah, I agree on and stuff. And there's so many there's more non-rounded things on Earth than there is around Earth. But all these things are in motion. Even if it's at a standstill, it is an emotion of standstill because it's all in motion by the mind. We see it there, and it's in motion by being from point A to point B, which us in the middle in a three-dimensional reality and stuff. But even like if you can have a uneven object, and once you spin it in whatever rotation, it's in motion and it completes itself. The bubble is the most what they call the most powerful, whatever, the complete energetic form, because it is in constant motion of itself. It is at a standstill, but the standstill is the constant motion. Like you're looking at a fan and it spins and spins, it looks like it's spinning the other way. That's the motion. You're seeing it at a standstill and still moving. All things represented.
Wow, hey, bro, you know what that put me in the frame of mind, right? It put me in the frame of mind because last time me and Dad talked, I said, I was looking at it the opposite way. I was saying that, hey, we know the wind is moving, the water is moving, like the oceans and stuff. But let's look at it in reverse, because the Hindu, in the Hindu mythology and their creation story, is called the churning, like, it's like the churning of the ocean, basically, right? Yep. And this how they created land by using the biggest rock of land, the biggest mountain they could wrap this huge serpent called Vasuki. They wrapped the serpent around there, and basically it was like a tug of war between the Asuras and the Devis, because they both was trying to do it on their own, like, oh, fuck the Asuras, I don't need them. Oh, fuck the Devis. But it was too much of a task to even do it by themselves, so they had to come together. And eventually, they used this turtle. It's a crazy, just like we say Turtle Island, they have a turtle as the foundation, and on top of him they put this giant rock, which ended up being a mountain or whatever. And then they say they churned the ocean, and eventually they got it going, to the point that we got the oceans like we do, where everything is moving. You feel me? So maybe, like you're saying, it's the land, and maybe to that level, they were right. We own that Turtle Island. We own that rock, this Mother Earth, this Mother Terra, and it's steady whipping around this, this whole little body of water and stirring up the whole planet.
Another thing too is like the idea of the Earth being placed on a turtle's back. That's absolutely true, because if you look at the turtle shell, it actually has all seasons, actually has all months, and it actually has all days encoded in the actual genetic formation of a turtle shell, which is like, what is that about? So there, right there, we have a inconsistency. Like, why is it like this? Why is a kidney being shaped like a kidney and good for your kidney, or the broccoli is actually the shape of your broccoli sacs in your lungs and is good for your lungs, and the walnut, it's like a skull, and you open it up and the actual walnut inside looks like a motherfucking brain, and it's called brain food. The same thing with the carrot. Like, why are these strange connections? And in the hermetic sense, that the first law of hermeticism is everything is mental. And that kind of make it, in a way, it would make sense like this. Let's say everything is connected. Let's say we are all connected. At this point, it doesn't matter what the shape of the earth is, because we're all connected to the idea that's represented. And there's infinite possibilities of representation. Everyone can be true based on the perception of that individual's reality. But we're all experiencing it from the mental state. Everybody is seeing the world from the same place within themselves. But it seems to be everybody's different place, so it's all different. Like, no, we're looking at the state itself. Everybody sees, and I mean, not all people see. Some people are blind and shit, but everybody has perception from a position, and everybody's position is the same, themselves. So all these strange connecting and these synchronicities and these strange phenomena seem to be like, how do they know about the turtle shell and also have a creation myth that goes along with it? Well, the simplest explanation of like everything is connected and everything is in knowledge of itself, but not knowing the exact knowledge. And that's motion. You have you said the Suras and the Devas, they were against each other. That creates conflict. It sets the story in motion. So when it comes to bro Sanchez shit and NASA shit, these are really, really limited spectrums. These are more physical and what's the best word? Low energetic fields, if you want to call that, of enlightenment. It won't allow you to go to every section of the spectrum. It keeps you condensed in one material aspect, a material way of seeing things. But once you're able to free yourself and start to look at it like, you know what? Maybe everybody's right and maybe nobody's wrong, because it's all the things that are possibly to be seen.
Yeah, and that's what me and Dadak was saying, like right before you had came on, when I was bringing up that that flower of life and showing how every angle is within that angle. So people would just look at it like it's a certain angle, but no, it's every angle in those angles. So I have the triangle, I have the square, I have the circle, I have rectangle, I have anything, any octagon, anything I need to make, I have it there. I have any 5-pointed star, 6-pointed star, 8-pointed star, whatever. I can do it all within that. So we looking at that, not seeing the big picture. And like I say, some of us not seeing the small picture.
And what's funny is that since you said that about the tree of life and the 144,000, petal lotus flower and stuff, which would be the one you're talking about, if you ever see a triangle, the tree of life is there. If you ever see a circle, the tree of life is there. Whatever dimensional shape you see, you're seeing an aspect of the totality of the tree of life. It's not separate, it's not removed. you're looking inside the tree of life. And that's essentially what in Kabbalistic lore or science, that's exactly what the tree of life does. It's everywhere, but you only see it in certain aspects of itself based on your position on the tree of life, whether it be Malkuth or it be all the way up to Neshama or whatever.
Yeah, Ketha and the Malkuth.
Everybody starts at Malkuth. That's the ground.
And that's why I tell people, the Most High is the Most Low. Ketha and the Malkuth. You feel me?
The first and the last. And this is the thing, man, like the way I look at it, especially with now we have, I don't know if you guys are the Aboriginal, if you're like Aboriginal, indigenous and shit, you know what I'm saying? It really doesn't matter and stuff, but what we have is because of these channels, I don't think they're doing that much good, period, at all.
No, it's showing the lack of intelligence that we don't need to broadcast.
It's showing a real disdain towards the love of knowledge. This is actually
anti-scholarship.
Anti-scholarship, what's the love of knowledge? Love of knowledge is
narcissism.
Philosophy. It is anti-philosophy.
Yeah, they hate that.
You get motherfuckers will tear you down because you don't agree with their concept. They start talking about this weak community thing, and now you're enemy, now you're agent, all this shit. Like, bro, you're getting your shit from somebody you don't know. And I think that a lot of these panel holders, I don't really believe that they're in it for the love of knowledge. They're in it for the love of being on the pedestal, being looked at, entertained, being the top motherfucker. Everybody's coming to them. They love that, so they keep it going. But that's why they don't switch up to different topics and different curiosities. That's why they don't challenge even their own findings.
Hey, it's funny that y'all talk about that turtle.
It's called Kerma. Kurma. Kerma. Just like Kermit the Frog, but it's really a turtle. Which they're all pretty much reptilian.
Yeah. See, I don't know if y'all know that the Masons have a drinking group called the Turtle Lounge, right?
Yeah.
Wow. Hey, and that's what they was. Oh, damn! Look, and that's what happened, right? So as soon as they created this earth, basically the elixir or the what you call it, like the manna from heaven, what they have over there in that part of the world, it's another type of a drink that they're coming from the heavens. It's basically sunlight or something of that sort. It's coming directly from the sun. Damn, I can't believe I can't think of it right this second. But they were, they won basically, or it landed in their hands first once the completion of that earth was done. And now the Devi's over here like, okay, now hand that over here. And the Sorta's like, man, we ain't giving y'all nothing, right? And so this is where Vishnu kick in, because not only was Vishnu represented as that turtle that they had to put the back on Earth on, but he, Vishnu came in many avatars, in many forms, and one of his only female forms that he came in, I forget her name too right this second, but he had to come as that female form of himself. And it was so beautiful that everybody freezes up when they see this woman and, got that belly dancing thing. You know how the Hindus do. She comes and everybody, whole crowds stop. They treating her like the baddest woman in the club. They pouring her straight in her mouth. You know how they get the bottle, they pour it straight in the mouth and they hanging out. They like, oh yeah. And before you know it, they got comfortable. They done let the wrong woman hold the champagne bottle. You feel me?
She starts fucking their asses up, collecting heads, taking names.
She took it straight to the Devis.
Yes, I think that's Shiva. So the one dope thing, I think that automatically Hinduism and their platform of theology or myth is fucking dope because you can really apply that scientifically to yourself, like the idea of Brahma, being born from the lotus. He's so God. He's so sick of being God. So he puts himself to sleep so he can be something different, because he can't be God and not be God and still have knowledge that he's God. So creates this fucking universe in this world where everything is still knowledge of him, but he's not knowledge of it. So he plays hide and go seek with him, so like Alan wants to say, and he appears as this guy named Vishnu or Krishna or whatever, many different forms. And every aspect, the thing is, every blade of grass, every drop of water, every grain of sand, every atom is Brahma and is Vishnu and is Krishna and is Shiva, because he's playing all the parts, but all the parts are all in the same state of Brahma has forgotten. He's made himself not know who he is to make the drama go on. And of course, Shiva is one of these parts. But this whole story could just be how you were created. And all the storyline, if it could be a story behind it, this is what it would look like. Same thing could be said for the Hebrew Bible and the Christian Bible and the Islamic Bible or all these different religious belief systems and shit can be based on the creation of an individual with the totality of all the universe involved. Because no bullshit, when you're born, everything is involved. Everything's in a certain position, a certain place, a certain energetic state, a certain field of emotion, that every step of the way of your creation, from before you created to your actual creation till after, it's all connected. And you are that third dimensional rift that allows existence to be able to come into itself, only to perceive itself and experience itself from a third position.
Man, that was awesome. I ain't gonna lie to you. And it's crazy though that you made me kind of like ponder on it, that Vishnu might be, like nobody might be not even remotely close to the level of Vishnu, because Vishnu is actually even Tahuti. So we know Tahuti is Thoth, Hermes, Quetzalcoatl, all of this and such, right? But if you really connect him to his true self, which is also Vishnu, then we know that, okay, Tahuti is Yah. So we talking about Yahweh and all of that. So even Vishnu is Yahweh. Like, it's just so many different gods that you have to give the credit to being that one God. But it's crazy that no other God that I can truly, not even in the Hindu culture, that I can think of has other avatars except for Vishnu.
Vishnu is basically when Brahma becomes in the avatar state, it's always a form of Vishnu. It's always a form. Even Shiva is a form of Vishnu, who's a form of Shiva, they're all a form of Brahma. And what Vishnu represents scientifically, he represents the next level, the separation from the from the infinite into the finite. Yet the finite is infinitely part of the finite, and 100% an aspect of the finite, and 100% an aspect of the self, separate. And that's true. That's exactly what you have when mother and father get together and they have a child. The child is 100% mom, 100% dad, and 100% itself. All these three things happening, and we see it in perceptions of differences and separation, but they're all 100% what they're supposed to be. And one thing dope about the ancient philosophies, especially when they looked at them as the word religion, it's not religion, it's science. But that's how they explained it. And because of propaganda and the Catholic Church and shit and many other groups that like want to make this Godhead and push God off into the sky and shit, the actual scientific method the key has been lost. And the Masons also have this fucking idea of a key and a lost word or a lost symbol. And so once the person is able to look at all religions in their ancient form as absolute science, as an absolute explanation of the material and non-material world, that motherfucker will have a breakthrough. And they will see the shit from the past is no different than the shit from the future, the shit from today. It's the same thing. It's just that it was muddied up and muddled so we couldn't understand it. But then check this out. That's what Brahma does. He makes sure his self is confused and he has to find his way back to himself. Otherwise, Brahma, if he went to sleep and created himself in a separate reality or dream state, if he knew everything, nothing would have changed. So he makes sure he forgets, and he makes sure that he's able to be reminded. And when that reminder kicks in, it's that sexy chick, Shiva. And she comes in, she got her schematics, she got her fucking couple heads in her belt. She's doing a little fucking wicked, sexy dance, and everybody's mystified by it. And when this dance is done, she's taking heads again and getting drunk off the blood. And that's also Brahma stepping in to wake himself up from slumber. And he stays awake for a certain period of time, and he does it again.
Yep. See, people don't know, like, a day to Brahma is like 4 million years. So that's like saying that's like representing like 12 hours of day. Well, that's also followed by 12 hours of night, which would be another 4.5 million years. So we're talking about millions of years just to be one day. You feel me? And this to like, how that, in the Christian Bible, they'll tell you a day in heaven is like 1,000 years on earth. Well, it's a lot deeper than that when you're talking about Brahma.
And it's funny too, right? Think about like to when you can't remember being here. And like there's like this, for me, there's a strange sense that it's only been one day. It's just been this long ass day.
Endless day, and we just get tired throughout.
We go to sleep, we wake up, but when we wake up, the day is still, we pick up at that same part of the day where we left off. But I would say this, like, once the motherfuckers like, and that's why the Hindu, I tell people in AA, they say, oh, you can pick any God, any higher power, just can't be you. And I tell them like, that's going to keep, about 2 billion people out of AA, because Hindus believe that they are the avatar of Brahma, different aspects of Brahma, but at Brahma, nonetheless, they are Brahma himself or herself or their self. You know what I'm saying? And one of them motherfuckers like, holy shit, I'm Brahma, playing a game that I'm not Brahma. And there's the shit gets kind of nutty and shit, bro. You kind of free yourself from thinking that you were who you were this whole time. You realize, I fucking wake up, I go back to sleep. But there's a greater cycle of waking and going to sleep, and that's called life and death. And Alan Watts says, he would play this game where the milkman would come by and he would open the door and he'd be like, there you are, Shiva. And every time he would see somebody, he'd be like, there you are, Shiva. Because Shiva is an aspect of Krishna, who's an aspect of Brahma. So what he's saying is, I'm recognizing me in everybody, and I'm recognizing Brahma in everybody, and Shiva and Vishnu, because I am Shiva, Vishnu, and Brahma too.
So do the Hindus got a concept of people living and dying every day in they sleep? Did I hear that right?
Oh yeah. But like basically the Hindu version, like it's more like this. It's more like kind of, because Hinduism kind of gives birth to Buddhism, that kind of gives birth to Taoism, and all those other things, and Jainism and stuff. They all kind of come from that same area and shit, and have similar traces on their philosophies and stuff. So basically, how Hinduism really puts it is like the universe is the great awaker, and the great sleeper. And it's always awake and it's always sleep. But at times, the universe actually travels through itself, living in the existence of total awakeness, total sleepness, or total awakeness and sleepness and stuff. So the idea of death, like what happens after you die, is like the same thing that happened before you were born. Those are the outer, that's the edge of your mental flat earth, your lifespan of flat earth. You're always alive, but you're always dead. But in between, you're going through the experience that constitutes the transition of both. And neither one of those are permanent. They are impermanently permanent.
Now check this out, Bento Ninja. I want to share this with y'all right quick. Hold on, because I be saying this. Now it's funny that you said that the Hindus got a concept, to say the least, but we all know that this exists. There's a fool born every motherfucking minute. P.T. Barnum said that. He ain't talking about kids. He talking about grown people. When they go to sleep, when they wake up the next morning, they forget about what happened yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the reason why he can quote that. And it's funny that you said that about the Hindus saying that they die and come back to life, because I know that to be true. And for him, P.T. Barnum, to say it, because he brung a lot of exposés to America. Hey, I'm finna get on the Moors, Calico. You know it. You know I
bring it.
But him bringing these expos, he knew he could pull the wool over the eye of many in terms of what they don't know versus what they do know. Because even in its inception, it wasn't a 3-ring circus, and I'm using that word loosely. Because it was always 3 rings. It was never a circus. They turned it into a circus. So now it's entertainment. And with that entertainment, this is where people get bamboozled. Little that people know that this entertainment was bringing people closer to what is going on around the world who didn't have means of getting there. Because we all know that all of America can't go to Africa. All of Africa can't go to America. But we do got zoos, right? We see the exotic animals. Every once in a while, we'll see travel. With that being said, these expos that was ran by this man and also by Carnegie, when they was running these expos, they knew that they can pull the wool over a lot of people's eyes.
Wasn't P.T. Barnum part of the Hellfire Club?
Hellfire Club?
Yeah, with like Ben Franklin and fucking a whole shitload of super fucking motherfuckers.
Probably so. I just know.
Who else? George Orwell? What's the nigga? 1,000 Years Under the Sea. What's that nigga's name? C.S. Lewis was in the Hellfire Club, I believe. There's a shitload of motherfuckers, bro.
Could be. And I know that they are responsible for bringing exotic animals and shit up here. That's what I do know, because we have a Shriner's temple up here in Milwaukee, and they belong to Kalamazoo. Kalamazoo is in Michigan, but their origins is coming from Wisconsin. They handle exotic animals, no bullshitting, and they became Triple I Circus. I don't know if you heard of the Triple I Circus, but the Triple I shrines, they are responsible for what the expos was. And the one that it was in 1863 in Chicago, I studied this one because it was one Timothy Drew who was pointed to these expos in Chicago, and he was under the Arabic shrine, or the Arabic mystics, the mystics of the Arabic order.
Show them what those nobles look like. Them people darker than you, man. Them people darker.
Oh, I know that. I know that because
but you say to these novices and these laymen, like all 3 of us are probably the only people who understand every damn word we saying. It's just like that though. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, like I've researched that, so I know all about Dr. Suleiman, and it all started in New Jersey first.
Yeah, that I do know, because with the Zionists.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Oh, well, that was in Brooklyn, but the Zionists would have been. The Canaanites would have been in New Jersey.
Oh yeah, the Canaanites. That's their name. And I was thinking of the Zionists because they
predate all of them. So the 1889, matter of fact.
Right. So I know the position in which the Moors played in shaping America, even during the times of antiquity. I know about it. And with that, this guy here realized that philosophy that Mental Ninja was just talking about however you want to word it. I'm pretty sure it's in a lot of cultures, but given the Indian culture, when he mentioned that just came to my mind because I know B.T. Barnum says a fool is born every day, and I know he ain't talking about no child.
No, what he said is there's suckers born every minute. It's even worse.
Right.
That's even worse, bro.
Right. So shit, I know he ain't talking about a baby who's asking for her mother's nipple. You can't take advantage of that motherfucker. So who is he taking advantage of for them to be a fool? Grown motherfuckers that go to sleep every day and wake up and forgot yesterday happened. And Sanchez is one of them motherfuckers because he gonna wake up tomorrow and swear up and down yesterday did not happen. He got checked twice. He conceded on 2 things that I said. If anybody bring that shit up, I don't remember that. That's a fool for you. That's a fool. But yeah, shit, it's 2:25 on my end, gentlemen. I'm finna go ahead and shut this motherfucker down. But yeah, Mental, you missed it. I don't know if you seen the. Did you see it?
No, because I was at work. I came back. Like I said, I was kind of like thumbed through a little bit, but Sanchez shit just be so repetitive and his voice gets fucking annoying as hell.
Right. Yeah, it was just some bullshit. He was clickbaiting. I took the bait. You know what I'm saying? I snapped the motherfucking fish line. And some ways.
Hey, Dad, see, you remind me of me, right? Like if I'm 50 deep, you know what I'm saying, and somebody try me, man, I'm gonna laugh it off like a super player ass nigga, because I know I got the upper hand and I can crush you, right? But I'm more buck wild by my goddamn self. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
Now I really got that Napoleon syndrome. You feel me? Now it's like, oh mother man, hey, like you feel like you got to turn up, like you can ease your back against the wall. You feel me? So that's why I came up here with you, because man, I say, man, my brother's so used to getting jumped by the whole panel and all this whole goddamn community against him. It's like you a Moor everywhere you go without it. You know what I'm saying? Because I know I get my flack for being a Moor. You get your flack for being a globe earther. And my boy Mental Ninja, he looking for the smoke. That's why his name Mental Ninja.
You feel me? The niggas off. Hey, look,
it's not
one thing, bro. Hey, one thing about Sanchez, like nigga, if I did come up there, that nigga like, I'm about to have a good show. He like that nigga needs motherfuckers like that to come up, because like me, I don't fuck with him. I don't fuck with OG. I don't fuck with OG because I don't fuck with no underage fucking niggas that fuck underage bitches and shit, or fuck with them when they're above age or whatever. I don't fuck with niggas who say that they're snitches, period. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I stay off there. But when Didact comes, he's gonna bring what he does. Didact should literally get paid every time he comes up on that show, because he's gonna fucking make the show better than what the fuck it is.
I concur. But like I said, I see the shit trickling off, right? Even though this is veering to the left, as they call it, or sidebar, as they try to call it. But I seen the shit veer. It's crazy, because the way the shit is echoing, or the ripple effect, it's a huge effect that is happening. And I don't know who's trying to keep that shit pieced together, but Philly OG, right? He's collateral damage. You know that, Mental Ninja. He's collateral damage. When you said that about him, Key Norfolk was trying his best to clean him up, because they know they are representatives of a Sanchez. So they got to be clean every time they represent him. So when you made Philly OG filthy, I see it slowly but surely, people trying to scoop the fuck away from him. And it's
You know what that nigga been doing, bro? Like that nigga been hiding me in every channel he's a moderator in. I don't give a fuck. I can still hit the link. I got fucking the Timo Fab, other channel I can jump on a panel with and shit. But look, how long he said he been with his wife for how many years? Like 19 years, 20 years, 21 years, or some shit. You know how old his wife is? Because he said it today.
She's still in her 20s.
Nah, that means he was with her before she was born. He said, which is even sicker. This nigga, I don't know how you do that, nigga. This nigga dating embryos and shit, nigga. But nigga, the nigga said today, because he said, yeah, me and my wife been 20, 21, 22 strong years or some shit, right? This nigga said his wife is 35, going on 36, bro. Do the fucking math.
Oh, shit. I was close.
No, because he said that every show. He said that
math, bro.
Show that goddamn he been with her for 21 years. Most of y'all don't know nothing about being in a relationship.
Yeah, so do the math. He said that she was emancipated at 15. He married her at 19. They have a child together. The child like was 4 or 5 or 6, whatever. And this is what he also said. She's 36. She's 35, going on 36, and we've been together for 20 years. Do the math.
I'm doing it.
Minus 36 is 15, 16. So he was fucking with this bitch when she was 15, fucking 16.
He said 21 years. That's like 14.
Yeah, he said she was emancipated at 15.
No, I'm saying he said he been with her for 21 years.
Yeah, I get it, right? But so it shows a chronological timeline. Is that he tried to paint the picture like he met her when she was 19. When he married her. He married her when she was 19. She had her own apartment and this and that. But he said she was emancipated at 15. When I brought that shit up initially, his first defense rebuttal was she was emancipated. And I was thinking maybe 17. I was not thinking 15. But then when he came on, because that fucking ruffled the motherfucking the dodo bird, because that nigga's the dumbest nigga on YouTube, like the dumbest nigga on YouTube. When I ruffle that nigga feathers up and shit, this nigga come. She was emancipated at 15 years old. Today, I heard him on Love Zay talking about my wife about to turn 35, 36. I like younger women. I'm 56, so he's 20 years older than her. So when he got with her, he was fucking 36 and she was fucking 15. This nigga's a sick motherfucker, bro. I don't fucking look, if we was in prison, bro, this nigga would be getting his ass fucking beat up and he would be having he would have to go PC. That's exactly what happens. Because he's on YouTube and he got this little channel and he's up under bro Sanchez shit. I mean, look, this nigga spend more time on YouTube than he do with his own family, bro. If somebody's live, he on that shit.
Yeah, that's what kills me too, right? Like I said, I think this nigga got a command center. I don't give a fuck nobody say. That nigga got a command center. That nigga got like 20 servers, you understand? Room air conditioned like a motherfucker. And that nigga got like 5 or 6 motherfucking monitors. That's an exaggeration.
Hey, look, this nigga worked for the Postal Service, right? The fucking mailman. Driving around a mail truck in your neighborhood. Spot some little 14-year-old little girl. I know bro, I get it. That nigga's a fucking pedophile, bro. He's a fucking Chester, my nigga. He just fucking didn't marry her until she was 19, but everything he said reveals, because the thing is, the devil's always in the details, and some motherfuckers are so stupid, they talk so fucking much, they actually tell them themselves. And the key points, because there is niggas that actually listen on these panels and fucking way out the map and shit. And niggas said his wife is 35, turning 36 today. I've also heard him say him and his wife been together for 20 years or 21 years. So that puts her at fucking 15 when he said she was emancipated. How did he meet this bitch or this child? He was a postal service worker. He's driving a fucking mail truck, bro. That's the kind of nigga we dealing with. That's all this nigga on every fucking panel. He's a predator, bro. And he bites this. I don't fuck with that nigga. And I'll catch one on the panel, he'd be on that shit. But in the back of my mind, I already know. I got a fucking child molester on the fucking panel right now. We got a cop on the motherfucking panel right now. We got a motherfucking military police talking about he is snitch on the panel right now. I get what's up.
And I don't know why you protecting that minion, but you protecting him. Sir Drop said he wouldn't mind being a paid agent, so I'm gonna keep saying that shit.
All right, take a look. If I could go back and not have no felonies, I'd be an FBI agent fucking blasting all motherfuckers, bro.
Come on now, Mental.
I get it, my nigga. Look, check this out. When I got sober, I was like, my uncle, my dad, he's not my blood uncle, but he's my dad's best friend. I've known him since before I was born. He's known my family before I was born. He's the most highest decorated, most famous member of Metro. He's retired now, Lieutenant Jenkins. He told me, my dad hit me up one day before I got sober. He was like, you know what? Sorry, the Metro's hiring and they will waive felonies. And I was like, nigga, really? And I needed a good job. I needed to get my gun rights back. And I was a way to do it, but I got way too many felonies. But I did try to see if, like, nigga, if I can do this, I'll do it and shit. Because at that time, nigga, I'm looking for a fucking source of income and stability and shit. But it didn't work out. And at the end of the day, it don't fucking matter. I understand why I dropped to say that shit. But at the same time, like, nigga, if you can go out there and become an FBI, then do your job. I got a cousin, he's in the FBI. Doesn't mean I'm in the FBI. We got one of our, matter of fact, one of our previous national bosses is a motherfucking sheriff in Mississippi for my MC. I wish I lived in that town, nigga, because ain't nobody pulling me over. And I'm getting off on everything. You know what I'm saying? So there's a level of YouTube shit. This YouTube shit. Niggas is not getting their doors kicked in from being on the Bro Sanchez channel. Niggas not getting motherfucking they house bugged and shit and motherfucking Rico Act because they on Keith Norfolk channel. I might be here tomorrow. I might be gone the next day because the motherfucking feds then Rico Act my fucking club. And they got every member that's listed, including me. That's real life. I get shot at the gas station. Ain't none of these niggas gonna get ran up on because they're on a YouTube channel. That paranoia shit. But the fact is, Rose Sanchez is a retired military police officer. He works security. Talk about snitching niggas and how you got police friends like that to help him. I can't say the same shit. Philly OG, anti-government, was in the military, anti-military, still wear military hats, worked for the post office, loves underage fucking children. And you got Loyal, a fucking Reno cop, asking questions, getting really good with the community about talking and shit. And I'm not gonna bullshit, bro. This is the level of the motherfucking mindset of the people that they don't care who they let in the house.
Yeah, that's pretty much all up in a nutshell. I'm just waiting to see when the dust settle who all standing because motherfuckers is still kicking dust up.
Police Shrine Temple. 1826, court in neighborhood, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Oh, that's KKK area. The building incorporated, but it's Moorish, huh? And Indian elements. Wow. Now that's some heavy stuff you just dropped right here, brother.
Hey, who run that? Who run that shrine? Is it Marco?
I was gonna say, who you trying to shake up the Aboriginal community there? What?
Oh, me? Oh, look. And then there was Sister Bethy. Oh, yeah, then we got Sister Bethy's a fucking government she works like for the governor's office and shit. She's like with campaigns and shit. She ran for governor and didn't win. And she was saying shit like, this is all public information because she's a public servant. You can Google her, Bethy on the Giles, right? I did it. And then she tried to say I was an agent for Googling her name and shit, niggas. I don't know who the fuck I'm talking to and shit, right? And she said that she was in the area she lived in Connecticut, in Glastonbury. She is against supporting things like Section 8 and government assistance and stuff. She's more for the middle class. But you know who the middle class is majority in Glastonbury? It's like 90% Caucasian. Of course, the motherfucking Section 8, the lower caste, it's like 7% of black population in her town. But she's basically said she's appealing to the white people. And now she's fucking Aboriginal. Now she's a fucking tribe and shit. But her main supporters in her own town is fucking white people.
I'm on your heels.
Yes, sir. Hey, looking like Indians are Moors in America Part 2 on around this bitch. Hey, they in trouble.
Hey, I'm gonna use one of Sir Drop moves. If I could be a pay more, I wouldn't mind.
Yeah, because you'd definitely be destroying too much Indian thinking. You know what I'm saying? All the Indian thinking, and you connect. Even though you connecting it, they don't want to be connected. I don't like that. You know.
All right, but look, let's just be honest, nigga. This Aboriginal indigenous shit, it's a fucking part of the trans community movement. It's part of the LGBTQ movement. My body and my choice, my pronouns. I can identify as a motherfucking Mexican tomorrow. I can identify as a fucking Russian on Thursday.
Yep.
And look who's representing the Moorish Shriners. You know this is a misappropriation. You know that, right?
Exactly. They should be sued. They should be sued. There's no way around it. Even though I'm sure they're going off. I have a tad bit Dutch. Yeah, pre-colonizational Dutch. How do you know, bitch? Shut up, man. Come on, man.
Like, you know what's funny is I've seen the Raiders, right? I haven't seen one nigga on that team with a fucking eye patch. they using the fucking label and shit under the guise that these are actually, you know, I get it, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
That's just a social club based on certain elements of ancient Moorish travel.
That was a heavy analogy.
And I was trying my best to explain this to Noble Noom. I was like, Noble Noom, come on, man, because I know a little bit of history here. They here in Milwaukee, the shit, you just can't walk in a shrine. You can't just walk in a motherfucker. No. Trust me, I tried, and they stopped me at the door. But
yeah, we got a shrine in Vegas.
Y'all got a shrine in Vegas?
When we have our bros night every Wednesday, it's in this. Next time on Wednesday, I'll fucking go live for a few minutes. Now I'll be at that. It's in the same fucking parking lot where they have a shrine here.
Hey, it ain't nothing for you to get 1 million subscribers just showing Vegas goddamn every week or every Friday or something, or every night. Motherfuckers will go crazy.
I got a bunch of homies and shit, man. I got a bunch of friends that do that shit, bro. And when they go live, they be having like 50,000 people tuning in all over the world watching this walk up and down the strip and talk about shit.
Bro, a lot of us never seen it. Oh yeah, hey, I know how you always end off on music. And I had did this video for my homegirl. I wanted y'all to check it out. Give me y'all honest opinion about, you know, the song and the video.
Okay. Go ahead and play it.
Ain't no more tips in you. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I'm coming hard, stomping over my enemies. Fuck them fake ass frenemies. You ain't no fucking friend of me. Don't want no apologies. Bitches get around. Need you out my space, bitch, before I get the crowd. I'll show you woman king. So bitch, just crown me. Look how they surround me. Ancestors so rowdy, jumping off the ropes on your ass like Ronda Rousey. They ain't friendly, no howdy. Don't sleep on me, no drowsy. More cold than Crowley. Look how they endow me. Like it's a bounty. I know you heard about me. I'm a warrior woman. I'm stepping proudly. You wanna take it there? I'll teach you, bitch. Don't doubt me. I'm coming hard, stomping over my enemies. Fuck them fake ass frenemies. You ain't no fucking friend of me. Don't want no apologies. Bitch, just get around. Need you out my space, bitch, before I get the growling. You teaching love and light. That's cute. I'm pounding. Got the place surrounded. It's spiritual war. The alarm has sounded. Don't get caught clowning. I'll boil you like some ramen. They praying over your body. Damn, that's deep. Amen. I'm loaded and I'm locked in. Smiling in my face, bitch. Behind my back, you talking. All my page stalking. Can't even sleep in your bed at night. You just toss it. They say laugh, not cry later. You was laughing, now you sobbing. My spirit's steady mobbing. They got your ass all on the floor. They molly whopping. Damn, they some goblins. I just sit back and watch the show. This shit popping. You wanted to gamble. You so cocky, you went all in. You say laugh now, cry later. You was laughing, now you sad. You finna be sad later. Guess it never pays to be no hater. Stay in your lane and stack your paper, or they will eat you like some gators.
Did she say something about Uncle Al? She said something about. She said I heard Crowley.
She did say something about Aleister Crowley.
That's Uncle Al, bro. That's who started Uncle Al. Hey, you know what?
She got more codes than Crowley.
Okay, for sure. That shit was nice. Yeah, I like the analogies and metaphors about the woman warrior and shit. Hey, you know what? Something just came to my mind though.
Is she she bald headed?
Yeah. She got low cut.
Like crystal ball, or you just
low haircut.
Oh, okay.
Hey, you know how Philly OG he said he against the education system and he want to homeschool his daughter, right? Maybe it's just because he's not allowed within 500 feet of a fucking school.
Ooh, wee.
Whoops. Boom.
Oops.
Damn.
Just look, bro. Let's see. Look, I'm a fucking convict, nigga. When we have this thing called paperwork first. I learned this in prison. You better have your fucking whatever you say. That shit, they will be held against you in a court of motherfucking convicts and shit. And they do hold court. They'll ask you about your charge. They'll ask you who you are. All they need is your back number, and they'll go find out if you're a child molester, if you ever been a child molester or suspected or charged, or if you're a snitch, or all that. They'll find out that shit out from in the jail, calling back home.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
that's how they do it.
Bro, why in the county jail, you can go right to the officer's station, and the officer will pull it up on the computer, or sometimes, they'll just be scrolling, and you'll see everybody in the dorm, whatever they in here for. And that's when it's on and popping after that. After we see that, you right. You better not walk on the basketball court, I promise you.
Yeah, bro, that nigga, for all I know, bro, because like when I was in the South, bro, I knew a bunch of dudes. Matter of fact, there was 2 dudes in particular that I was cool with. And I didn't know until a couple of years later that these niggas are motherfucking sexual offenders on the registry and shit. Matter of fact, in St. Pete, they got this whole fucking trailer park that's all for sexual offenders and shit. You know what I'm saying? Of course, some people get a sexual offense for pissing by a fucking a school or a park, and they get a sexual offense and have to register and shit. Some of these motherfuckers really some heinous shit. You know what I'm saying? And it's like the thing that Philly OG be talking, bro, is like, bro, like some of this shit that he say, I really believe, nigga, no bullshit. This nigga's a fucking one of the motherfucking chomos and shit. He might have been in the military for a couple of years. And again, he might have been in the post office for a couple of years. But then again, he might have been in fucking the pen for fucking 10 to 15 years old, for 10 to 15 years. And he might have that land. He might got that shit inherited, bro, because there's something that don't add up with this grown-ass 57-something-year-old man always want to hang around 30-year-old niggas and shit, 30-year-old bitches, be on YouTube all the time like he fucking 28 years old and shit.
Yeah, that does say a lot. And well, you got people who's going to be aiding and abetting him, Mental Ninja. So it might be null and void in terms of how I'll be trying to attack Sanchez and expose him. It's going to be hard with Philly OG because you got Key Norfolk protecting the fuck out of him and all his people.
When a nigga Philly's like, yeah, I used to be in NA. I'm like, what do you mean you used to be in NA? What does that mean? Because that means that nigga was in the program and he fucking relapsed. But what he trying to paint is like, I left. No, nigga, you were in the program, you fucking relapsed and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Every day. You're right.
That's Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was just about to say, yeah, he'd only say that because he want to feel empathetic. Or what's the other word? Sympathetic. He wants people to feel sympathy for him because people can understand your story and your struggle. Because when you tell it like that, he'll be like, I was in NA too. Or if you say, I was in a gang, I was in a gang too.
Yeah. Like, yeah, nigga, I get it, nigga. I do program every day, nigga. I was with a sponsee earlier taking him through the big book. So I get it, my nigga. I'm about that life and shit. That nigga be saying that shit for appeal to emotion and shit. That's, you know what I'm saying? But like, there's a lot of shit that he say, bro. He hasn't used in 30 years, nigga. That's a nigga. Was it like 30 years he said, right? Something like that?
Yep. That's what he said.
Man,
but like nigga, you fucking been using yesterday, nigga. Like I know plenty of niggas in NA that are 33 years sober, nigga. Like for real motherfucking crackheads. You wouldn't even be able to tell if they were drug abusers and shit because they got sober at such a young, early age.
Yeah. Yep.
You know what I'm saying? That nigga looked like a seasoned fucking crackhead with no teeth.
Exactly. It would not correct the shit, man. They got porcelains and implants that you can go get. You claiming you got a lot of money. You got a young girlfriend. I know she don't dig you. Hey, it's supposed to be the opposite way. You understand? If it's a younger man with an older woman, he would prefer her to be snagger too because the gum job is the shit. But with this shit opposite. It's like, what the fuck, dude? Get some teeth in your head. Number one. Number two, get the exercise. You need to send that nigga a fitness plan. That's what you need to do. So he can do burpees and fucking push up. Do some calisthenics, nigga. Like you shot. 50-year-old, you 50, you look bad. OG for 50.
That's all he ain't no damn fit. That man gotta be.
He's 50. He's 55, I think, or something, isn't he?
He looks 85.
Yeah, he looks 70. But look, this nigga, I'm against. I don't eat meat. I eat healthy. Like nigga, you look like fucking Homer Simpson, nigga. Shut the fuck up, nigga. All the smoothies in the world, and this is it, bro. Nigga, that nigga's so corny, bro. This nigga fucking every time you make a smoothie, he got to show everybody. What kind of weirdo nigga does that shit?
You know what? I think he has permanent bloat. That's number one. He just retains why he try to talk about somebody. Nigga, your heart might not be operating correctly. That's why you retaining water. That's number one. And you look at him, man, he just totally out of shape. I think he has a digestive problem. That's the reason why he always blending his fucking food. Listen, I know
he got no teeth.
No. I know people with no teeth that can bite an apple.
Damn. Nigga, dissolve that bitch, nigga.
Hey,
no, I'm dead serious.
Babies and older people, babies too.
Yes, they were gum that motherfucker to death. You understand me? Like you said, they were saliva. They get the, but at least they trying to eat a whole food. This nigga, has anybody ever seen him eat a vegetable like a tomato, a celery?
I haven't ever seen him eat anything.
We don't know if he drinking them smoothies.
yeah. We see him make them, and that's it.
Philly OG got some motherfucking questions to answer around this moment.
I'm talking about looking like a fat Dick Gregory.
Yeah, nigga, looking like a fat Rafiki from the Lion King.
Oh my God. And you know, I don't trust niggas who got multi-smoking apparatuses anyway.
Hey, he ain't aboriginal, he aborigine. You hear me? I'm talking for real.
Oh shit.
Hey, that could predate all us. Hey, I'm for real. 55 my ass. Nigga, you got them old jeans, boy. And I ain't talking about Levi's. You feel me?
Man.
That shit there, boy, that's for the tectonic plates. I ain't lying to you, bro. You can see it. You feel me? Like that's a Denisovian man.
Oh shit. And it's funny that you
that nigga fucking beard look like fucking mange, nigga, on a cat.
Don't it?
And the thing is, like, this is it. That bitch ass nigga ain't got no, like, the dumbest nigga, the most unintelligent nigga really don't have no position trying to fucking get up on other niggas for and talking about what they talk about, the intelligence, about the information, whatever they bringing, because that nigga can't bring nothing except burn the Bible. They still believe in that. Like this nigga be saying that shit like he just like nobody knows it. He be like, all I'm saying, man, you got people still believing we went to the moon. Come on. And you're like, oh shit, people believe it. This nigga be acting like Like, yeah, we know that. Like, you just discovered some important piece of knowledge or some shit.
Hey, Mental Ninja, right? Because you said you're a convict. You know, you done been through it too, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if you analyze and really paid attention, but I'm sure you're going to probably agree. From what you've seen, as far as what convicts look like, am I wrong when I say, I swear to God, they collecting ugly niggas in prison, man? You feel me? I'm talking about, bro, the ugliest nigga from your neighborhood in prison, he ain't even top 5 ugly, bro. I promise you, boy, they collecting monsters in that bit, bro. I'm telling you.
Niggas that are in prison for a long time, bro, their age is slows, bro. Because they ain't exposed to that sunlight and shit. You know what I'm saying? They have a steady diet.
Yeah, but if they was already ugly, they still gonna be ugly.
Oh yeah, they still gonna be ugly. It's gonna be preserved, nigga. Nigga be. Hey, look, check this out. Like the nigga Philly OG was say this nigga been like, oh, I'm a convict too. I'm like, no, you're not. You're not a felon.
yeah.
You were charged with felony and they dropped the shit. They gave you your gun back. If they don't give you your gun back if you're convicted for a felony.
No, they don't.
No, because you lose your. As a matter of fact, the nigga said whatever is a situation. One of his tenants on his land and shit. They said he went checked him. Whatever. They said he had a gun. He said he didn't. They charged him. They found out that the gun was legally his, and and they gave it back to him. Now you trying to say he's a felon, bro? This nigga will say anything, bro, to fit in. If it was a panel, if a panel full of felons, he'd be a felon. If everybody had fucking 10 cats, he got 10 cats. Everybody's a flat earther, he a flat earther. Then he's a motherfucking aboriginal. Then he's a motherfucking indigenous, motherfucking whatever.
Hey, check this out, right? One day it was Bobby Knight. It was a few others on Philly OG panel. I came up there. He had Loyal up there. That dude Loyal. I guess he's supposed to be an ex-cop, right? And I said before I even spoke, I said this will be entrapment. I'm gonna ask a question. If you refuse to answer it, I know that you are using the Fifth Amendment. If you gotta answer it if you are investigating that person. Because what I do know is that when I talked to my lawyer about it, he said this is clear entrap because I got entrapped one time. Total entrapment. He told me what it was. He was like, anytime you assume that the motherfucker, the police, ask him if they refuse to answer and he's pleading the fifth because he has that right. But if he answer it, because it got the state has to allow you to change your mind in terms of committing a crime. If they cahoot you into committing that crime, that's entrapment. In other words, if they trying to set up a bust and buy, and you say, no, I don't feel right, you know they can't arrest you. They got to allow you to turn around and make a decision not to commit that crime. But if they keep saying, no, come on, man, let's go ahead and do this deal, blah, 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 that's entrapment. If you ask them the question, are you a police officer? They was roundabout trying to figure out what Loyal was. Now, it's funny that you said that about OG because OG said this. I got an uncle that's a sheriff and me and him cool. Because I brung that up. I said, hey, did this sound like entrapment? I said, hey, are you the police? I said, you got to answer me now. He was like,
hey, but look, this is the thing, right? What fucking jurisdiction does any fucking state police have on YouTube?
A lot.
None.
A lot.
No. A state cop can't fucking. It would be a different kind of fucking police, bro. It wouldn't be a fucking like Las Vegas Metro fucking strip cop. It wouldn't be the police. It'd be like the CIA. It'd be the FBI or NSA. That's what it most likely be.
It would be them, but with a joint effort, they can joint effort that motherfucker real quick. And if this Loyal dude can infiltrate and penetrate a motherfucker's organization, they're going to use him. Rather if he's city cop, state cop, or whatever, But the way he came in the community, to say the least, because I don't know who the fuck he is. They was just kept saying that he was an ex-cop. And when I heard that, I gave my disclaimer right away. I said, hey, man, are you the police? He had to admit, he's like, no, I'm a retired police. I said, how old are you? I said, there's no such thing as a retired police as they off duty. So motherfuckers was trying to be careful.
I don't see him as no threat. Like, he not, yeah.
I think, to me, like, bro, to be honest, I don't think he's a retired cop. I think he's lying, because when he started coming up, he said he was retired. He's been around for like, what, 4 months?
Yep.
Right? And I think it was like last month, he said he just retired, like a couple months ago and shit. But if you look at his YouTube channel, his shit's been going on for like about 1.5 years. And on none of that shit has anything to do about police work. I think he's just somebody who says that shit. You got a lot of these motherfuckers, bro. He says he lives in Reno, and he showed like one of his little plant videos. It looks like the high desert and shit, right? Could be Laughlin, could be fucking Pahrump, Mesquite, doesn't matter and shit. Ely, Nevada, whatever. I think that some people come on these panels and they observe for a while on what is respected, what gets attention and shit, and they'll fucking be a cop. Or I think he wishes he was a cop. I don't really believe that nigga ever was a fucking real cop.
Well, I don't play with the shit, and when he said that, it was suspect. So I put that disclaimer because I done dealt with hoe ass niggas who done set me up. So I know the shit when it's up. I can smell it a mile away.
Hey, guess what? I'm glad I'm not one of the people who do all that threatening and retarded shit. You feel me? I stick to the scholarship.
Hey, but check this out though, right? Like, what kind of charges is a cop in Reno gonna bring on a nigga who's in fucking Milwaukee?
Bro,
I'm trying to tell you, shit. You know how that RICO shit worked? That's a 50 state motherfucking collaboration wherever.
Yeah, but RICO. But this is how it works though. Like, so if it was somebody like an informant or whatever, or if it was law enforcement, some form of law enforcement, it wouldn't be a state cop, wouldn't be a state sheriff, wouldn't be no state police. It would be NSA, FBI, or fucking Homeland Security. I would be leaning more towards Homeland Security. And the reason I would say this, if it was even that level, that Bro Sanchez or Filio G's fucking Smoothie channel has made it to a level of like bigger than the fucking Outlaw Motorcycle Club, who really does like, look at the Hells Angels and shit, the Vagos and the Mongols. Motherfucker, they were so fucked up. The Mongols are so terrible that the fucking government fucking got a patent on the Mongols patch so they could take it from them and shit, like real big criminal espionage and shit. I think what it is, bro, is that people talk so much about they're actually starting to live in a delusion that like niggas gonna come, they're monitoring only on YouTube and not in their actual, like when you go to the store and shit. I've been tailed. I've been subject to an investigation. I've also been entrapped. I've been hit by a fucking CI. And I've also had detectives watching my movements for a week before they fucking ran up on my ass and shit. I know how that shit feels. And I know when I realize something ain't right about 4 days before, like about 2 days before they fucking actually pick me up. The same thing with that CI shit. When I see them start doing roundups around my neighborhood, and then next 2 days later, 3 or 4 days later, I'm at work, and they like, boom.
Yeah, that's pretty much. I want to avoid, to say the least, because I know that they are indicting people electronically. I know we ain't on this motherfucking selling dope, none of that shit. But to say the motherfucking least, they are indicting motherfuckers electronically. So when they talk that police shit and that it raises a red flag with me. And I'm going to expose that shit the best way I can. Now, like I said, I would like to raise my hand and think I'm the inspiration of people getting their shit started. But I see that Bobby got his little motherfucking thing started, and he aired that nigga OWT out, nigga. Cool. He aired that Loyal. because they was on a stream. I think it was Key Norfolk, and in the background it was some female talking about we should set that nigga up or some shit like that, and all kind of police talk was going, and he didn't know that he was off mute or some shit, and they exposed. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, like, look. And the funny thing is, like, ain't nobody exposing Philly OG. Nigga, y'all niggas just don't mind the pedophile sitting next to you. Let's worry about some nigga on the phone who said something, bitch said something, or it was a TV show playing. Niggas watching Criminal Intent, and it was Ice Cube, Ice-T voice. This nigga's doing, he got IT on his team. You know what I'm saying, nigga? And then this nigga, and this is funny, bro.
Yeah.
All right, so look, check this out. Love Zay's gay, right? Love Zay doesn't even talk about say gay things. Bobby says more gay shit than any fucking body.
Right.
Yeah.
Like everything, he'll bring it to some homosexual thoughts, ideologies, and fucking as a substance of the argument. And it's like, nigga, isn't Zay the gay one?
Man,
I don't know what the fuck.
That's a gay guy. Oh, that one funny voice. That's a gay guy.
Both of them was DMing each other.
Man, the gay guy got more knowledge than them, man. That's fucked up.
Now look, I think Zay's cool. You know what I'm saying? Like he's gay, whatever. That shit don't matter. The shit that he talks about to a degree, it be making sense and shit. You know what I'm saying? At the same time,
Loyal definitely got more knowledge than they. Like they stupid, man.
Yeah, Loyal's the one who said that. This is why I know this nigga is not a cop. This nigga said that crack cocaine was invented by a super scientist in a basement in Oakland. Some like regular nigga just invented crack cocaine. It had nothing to do with the CIA.
UCLA, it wasn't no regular. Nah, it wasn't no nigga. It was,
that's a mythos that he told. That was a mythos.
That shit sound like he fucking like some fucking shit a white person was saying. Ain't never been to Oakland. This nigga, some fucking a scientist created in his garage and just and gave it to the community and shit. I was like, man, what the fuck?
I heard the same story of Mental Ninja, except that it was Rick Ross that was in the lab in the basement and that created the crack in Oakland. They said Rick Ross did it.
Loyal was saying that they were creating crack with fucking cocaine leaves that they were growing in
no, hell no, not yet.
In America. Remember that shit, right? Because you was there.
Yeah, I didn't hear that plant part when you talking about they was growing the plants.
He said that most cocaine plants come from North America.
Oh yeah, he tripping.
That nigga's hellish. Like in the cop, I'm not a cop, right? But you would assume that in the narcotics division, they go to school about substances and what they would probably know that cocaine comes from South America. That cocaine wasn't developed in a nigga's garage. They go on motherfucking Florence and Normandy.
Right? Yeah. No, I thought he was telling the story about crack cocaine, and it was being. Rick Ross was the one that stumbled upon the so-called baking soda and crossing it with the cocaine to make it stretch.
No, I think, bro, that shit was too fucking great of a fucking thing to be one motherfucking invented that shit, bro. That was a fucking campaign.
Yeah, crack was pharmaceuticals.
Yep.
That was they scientists at that shit. Brother, if the government came and militarized, because that's what really happens. The government don't make shit. They just come and fucking what the fuck they call it? It's like eminent domain. They just come and take it from you. What the fuck they call that shit?
Weaponized.
Right. Then of course they're gonna weaponize it, but it'll be like, just say if we owned a chemical company, right? And we came up with a new way for peroxide or some shit. The government gonna be doing this at our door. They're gonna be knocking at our door and say, "Hey, y'all came up with something that we can use."
Yeah, it was like how they. I think this is what it is, bro. I think crack coke came out before crack coke came out. Because motherfucking the heroin epidemic was before the crack cocaine epidemic. but they found another way to get the same thing done and put it into our cities and shit, our inner city schools and shit. That shit came right out of the civil rights movement, bro. Like automatically, all of a sudden, as if somebody waved the magic wand, guns and fucking crack cocaine just show up everywhere. And it really, that's what our government does. It destabilizes countries, bro. It destabilizes civilizations and fucking nations so they can take over or use them. And what they do is they buy out the military leaders and use the military leaders to fucking wage war against the people so they can use their fucking resource for their own gain. And what do they get from us? They fill prisons up. That's a resource. And they get fucking all these damn goofy ass fucking super mega artists and shit that can promote gang violence and drug use and crack cocaine selling and all this other stuff. So
now listen, Mental. I do not support the sale of crack cocaine. I don't. Even though I tried it for a month and did not like the shit and the clientele that it brought and what kind of fucking wee hours in the morning, even though it's 3 a.m, you got to be at wee hours, nigga. If you don't, you'll be sleeping. It's the early bird catch the worm with that goddamn occupation. But you have to bring it into context, because when they did introduce crack, they didn't bring it all over the world. They introduced the formula. They did do that. They introduced the formula to people who were selling powder cocaine, because you still had your powder at that time. And they converted that shit by using the recipe. That's the reason why cooking dope became so important in our lexicon or in our culture in terms of preparing cocaine or crack cocaine. That's the reason why that mythos kind of had some validity when they talked about Rick Ross, because as methamphetamines, I don't know if they had crank back then. They probably did. The fucking meth, because that is simple ingredients put together that anybody can do. So same thing with crack cocaine. So I don't think the government actually dropped crack cocaine off in every neighborhood. I think it echoed. I think it did start in California, and they realized the comeback from the crack, and motherfuckers was like, hey, how you make that shit out of the cocaine? It was like baking soda, and you cook that shit and you let that shit cool off and blase spliffy woo woo, and next thing you know, you got some other shit going. Because to say the least, it was addictive. But I don't know if powder cocaine, because they was freebasing that shit. They was freebasing powder cocaine, right? But does it have the same effect as crack? And obviously it don't. It don't. But both of them being a terrible drug, like I said, I'm not an advocate for crack cocaine nor cocaine, but we have to be real about this, or realistic. The government did not go to every major city and say, here goes some crack. I think
this is what I think happened, bro. Like, honestly, there's like, when I look at the timeline, the chronological timeline, like there's certain things after certain times, all kind of weird shit starts happening. New shit starts happening. After Roswell crash, Velcro, all these fucking, a bunch of technologies are released like right after that, in the next like 5 years, like big shit, right? Now, the thing about the Germans, we know the Germans doing all kind of scientific, chemical experimentation, all kinds of shit. Even Agent Orange, I believe the Germans fucking invented or whatever. I think that when we got all their scientists, most of the scientists came to NASA. The other scientists went where? South America, Argentina, Colombia, Peru, Mexico. And I believe that they were contracted by the U.S. government to experiment and continue their work. And I believe that it wasn't like nigga just made crack cocaine like voila, first try. You know what I'm saying? I think that was a repeated process on how, and they were testing people similar to the way they were doing LSD experiments in the CIA here in America and stuff. But I don't think that the CIA, the way CIA and how the government works, is that they're not going to just have their name on the shit. They'll have like fucking what do they call it? What do they call them? Fucking shadow groups or whatever, working under the protection of the CIA, of people like, if you get caught, you don't exist type shit. I know it's a movie, but at the same time, bro, they do have the power to do that. They've had the power to do that. And a lot of times the way it's been used and weaponized and the way that the government and the United States has capitalized off of it, I would lean more towards that this was covertly developed and sanctioned, authorized by our government on its own people.
Al-Qaeda type shit. Yep.
But at the end of the day, like, really fucking, who really knows? I just think that shit destroys lives, bro.
No,
and the thing is too is that's the most of the prison offenders aren't murderers, bro. The highest statistical rate of people incarcerated in prisons is drug related.
Oh yeah, that I do know. But when you mentioned the laboratories and shit like that and the controlled experiments, I can agree with that, because that's what they do before they get to launching shit out in terms of if they want a devastating effect. I believe that the first wave in terms of the major city, because it is all pointing back to California. I think they did start the crack shit in California. I mean, to say the least, what you said right after the civil rights era, to say the least. And then you had the Black Panthers, who was very strong down there. That's the reason why they keep pointing at Oakland.
Yep. It was all to make it stabilize. Look, I think that the shit that they come out with now, promethazine and lean and fucking Flocka, like, where's this shit coming from? Remember when Spice was out, right? Spice came out, it was sold in what we sell weed in now. The same bags with little colorful designs. That's what Spice was sold in. So they went from automatic, they're like trying to stabilize. Now they're using the same fucking marketing and science behind their campaign to introduce certain concepts like legalizing marijuana. They had it already set up. And like, I believe, like, truthfully, bro, I think they have we're 20 years behind. We're 20 years behind on this shit. I don't know how many fucking years behind it we are of them, but they already got the next plan coming out, and we ain't gonna know until it's out. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be the new drug for my 8-year-old. He's fucking 20 years old. Yeah. And they're like, man, I remember when it was just fucking motherfucking Flocka. These niggas doing some weird shit now. Like, what?
Flocka is a laboratory-made drug. Now, far as like lean was not an accident, but an accident. Meaning this: somebody had to have a real bad strep throat to get that prescribed. And when it got prescribed, it fucked them up. It made them drowsy. Even before then, niggas was trying to get high on NyQuil before the big surge.
On the roller coaster and shit.
Yes. So they knew the adjective was up in there, but the real shit is coming from the pharmaceuticals in the form of that promethazine. I think that, but what I mean by accidental in terms of that, meaning that they didn't mean for people to get high off the shit in terms of that, even though it is drugging you, but it's for your strep throat, because when you cough, you in pain in terms of your throat, in terms of that. So they put that in there. So when it coats your throat with, with the liquid shit and the promethazine, it'll numb that, your pain or whatever. Motherfuckers was like, let's pour that shit in the Sprite. This is what I mean by accidental. Let's pour this shit in the Sprite and see what it do. And then
niggas is doing the same thing with like laudanum back in the day. So I look, as far as the timeline too, like when we had the prohibition, when fucking alcohol was outlawed, it was only outlawed so fucking the government could put that shit in the hands of a fucking few and keep motherfuckers from being able to fucking intoxicate themselves or other because they knew that alcohol makes money, and you don't want anybody having access to make a lot of money. You want only a certain few, especially when it comes to alcohol, because alcohol and pussy go hand in hand. He who controls the alcohol controls the motherfucking pussy. We'll just put it like that, right? Now, after that, I think that while the prohibition was going on, I think that other forms where people were bringing in, like the hashish, like the fucking the heroin and shit, and the codeine was getting more underground and shit. So when they released the prohibition, then we go into wars and shit. You know what I'm saying? I think when we came out the wars, people had been moving around. They were doing more things, and the government recognized that as a potential threat. Because the FBI was formed, the CIA was kind of in its early stages and shit, and they had to be smart. But we're talking about the greatest nation of all time, as far as they're saying. You got to be fucking thinking with think tanks. You got to be ahead of the game and shit. And what they're doing, like fucking Timothy Leary actually went in the '60s to the congressional committee with Robert F. Kennedy and said, "Look, you guys need to legalize fucking drugs. You guys need to stop locking people up for having some pot or having some cocaine. You need to provide safe ways that they can use, and the pharmaceutical companies should head it." You know what Robert F. Kennedy said? Hell no, we're not going to do that. And you know why they didn't do that? Because they already had a plan. They already had a plan for the pharmaceutical companies to do it on the side through Tylenol, this and that. But they would have these shadow fucking organizations bringing in the other drugs that they would then use to fucking put in the neighborhoods so they can have the privatized prisons built so they can fill the prisons up. And they can control people. And what they do is, through the black people, they get to really fucking sanction and legislate how their growth economically has grown. Because in 50 years ago, we were fucking 11%. 50 years later, we're 13.4%. And fucking the Mexicans have fucking damn near doubled from 14% to like almost 30%. But ours just being stagnated because men are being locked up, and most of our men are convicted felons. I think like more than half the American black men over 18 is a convicted felon. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So it's a lot more strategy involved. And I just think that that's how they do it. They use that shit to their advantage. I mean, I can't knock them. I get it.
Yeah. Shit, I done burnt my second wind out. Shit. I am for the end it on this one. But thank y'all. Oh, yeah. Thank y'all for being on the panel again. A great build. And yeah, I'm finna go ahead and end this one. No music. I ain't finna play none. If y'all didn't hear that first track or that last track that was played, go back on my stream. And with that being said, DeCalico, thank you very much, brother, for joining.
We need to start our own. You know, they got HOTC and they got the Flat Earth. We need to start an Aboriginal. We start our own, the antis, the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, nigga. Because nobody arguing, nobody slandering this shit. We just actually building this shit. Them niggas think that the 50 people in the panel, 10, 15 people on 100 people in the chat, that means it's a build. Nigga, come on.
Let me give a shout out to my chat room, Weezy 365, Professor X, Roderick Jakes, Leonard D. Yuta. I don't know who that is.
That's probably Philly and Bro Sanchez, nigga.
But shout outs to him. Shout outs to Calico Chris. Shout outs to this. I guess he just put it in there, or she did. Indian Exposed Investigations. What a hell of a name. But with that being said, I would like to thank y'all for coming out. I think I missed the Schumann show. Yeah, the Schumann show showed up. Thank y'all for showing up. And thank y'all for showing out, of course. And I'll see y'all next time.
Yo, bro, be easy.
For sure.